wow, there's already people here. Hi. Can you all hear me? I have a whole different setup going on right now. I have a whole different thing that's going on. Let me know what's up. Oh, hi. Hi, Coyote. Hi, Ripley. Hi, Sammy's Random. Hi, Rum. Hi, Quill. Hi, Max. How are you guys? Welcome, welcome. So we're doing something different today. We're in a different space. How do I actually look? Why am I'm not supposed to be screen sharing right now. Hold on. Cool. Hi. Hold on. I'm using I'm getting used to a different program, which I like. But I'm just like I'm not used to all of the intricacies of it yet. How is the sound, my friends? Yeah, this is the comment section on on Colleen's video. Also, why the heck is this the camera? This is not the... Guys, I'm so sorry. I don't know why. What it's showing me is not what it's showing you guys right now. Audio's fine. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you. First of all, what the heck? Hi! I don't know why it's looking different for me than how it's looking for you. I'm so sorry, folks. Give me just a second to get this where I'd like it to be. Chat amongst yourselves. How was your weekend? How is the week ahead of you looking? What's going on for you guys? We've got time to chill. Get cozy, get a snack, get a drink. Hello! Hi, everybody. I have my lightly caffeinated coffee. You know? Oh, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, folks. Don't worry. What the freak, man? Why am I not where I want to be? How about this? Good. This is not... How do I change the camera? Hi! Sorry, guys. Still in summer classes. Oh, that sounds awful. It's hopefully not for too long. School is like a short part of life that feels so long while you're there. This is the one I want to use. Why can I not get the camera that I would like to be the camera that is in use right now? I have it all set up and everything. What the heck? Hi, Mina. Oh, exams are around the corner. Where? Oh. What the freak, man? Camera. Should be this one. So... Okay. Oh, this bitch. Okay, so now... Okay, we've found the right camera, but now I just need to get to the right frame. Come on, pals, come on. There we go. Goodness, yay, we got there. Okay, hi. Welcome to the new space, the new setup. I moved. I think I mentioned that in my last video. What OS is that? Because I have some thoughts about Win 11. I'm using Ecamm Live as my, I've been experimenting with it for my, oh, congratulations, Ripley. Congratulations. That's awesome. Everybody snaps for Ripley. I'm using Ecamm Live for my this is my camera now. I'm using Ecamm Live for my streaming software. There's a free version and there's a paid version, and I'm using the paid version, like the pro version, which is honestly not very expensive. It's like $40 a month or something like that, which I think I can handle. It's a nice blend between like StreamYard is very user friendly. It doesn't have a ton of capabilities, and then OBS, ton of capabilities, not super user friendly for someone like me who it's complicated. I'm not very techy. I don't know if you guys can tell. So Ecamm, I feel like, has a nice balance in between where it still has a ton of capabilities, but it's also just slightly more user friendly. Okay. Oh, see ya, Jasper. Oh boy, I gotta get hopping if people are already going. All right. Oh, hi, LB. Thank you for letting me know about the message. I'll check that probably after, just because I have a series of events planned for today. But right now we're just catching up. We're just chilling. We're just getting set up, making sure everything is coming through right in the new setup. All right. So welcome, everybody. Now that it seems like the mic is good, the camera is doing what I would like it to do. Welcome to the first of several streams I plan on doing regarding Colleen Ballinger. We're also going to be turning these streams into videos, as I mentioned in my past, in my most recent edited video, as well as my most recent stream that I did, which became the edited video. So if you're part of the streaming crew, essentially, you get the content first. You just get it in the unedited form. So you're ahead of the game. I think that that's where I like to be personally. Oh, what's on my shirt? This is Garrett Watts' merch. I love it. It's a very thick, high quality shirt, which for July in New England, in the middle of a heat thing, is like a lot, but it's cool. No, I don't want to say that he like drew the figures, because I don't know if he's a drawer kind of person, not to this level, but and it has stuff down the arms too. And it says, the part where it's tucked in, it says Garrett up here and then Watts down here. And this whole panel of text is his, him writing like his deepest, darkest secrets, which, you know, it's Garrett, so like they're not that deep and dark, but they're like exclusive secrets you can only read on the shirt. He doesn't talk about them anywhere else, so you have to get the shirt to know what it says, and I feel like I have to respect that, and I can't share what it says. But yeah, it's very cool. I love the design. I think it comes in another color. Where Max were talking about what my shirt is. And I like the designs down the sleeves too. I'm eventually soon, hopefully, going to actually start putting out merch. So let me know in the comments or in the chat merch ideas. I think that there's one obvious one, but I think that there's, you know, I want to just hear from you guys. What kinds of items, like, are you looking for apparel, or are you more of like a water bottle gang? Are you more of like a mug gang? Are you more of like a hat gang? I don't know, you know? Let me know what you think, because I don't want to assume too much and then disappoint, you know? Plywood. I'll find a way to merge some plywood. Although I might be jumping in on a conversation that I'm not part of. That's fine. Okay, cool. Sorry, this is my first time also having the chat like right next to me while streaming. And so that way now I'm getting distracted, which maybe this is not a good idea for my ADHD. Since we're not like into the video yet, I'll mention quick, generally positive update on my last stream. I spent a lot of time at the end, last half hour or so, talking about my insomnia and stuff. I'm in the process of putting together a like real deal video documenting my process with the insomnia, which, especially because it's taking way the heck longer than I expected to take care of it, I think it'll be worthwhile to talk about on the internet in whatever is the most safe way that I can, because I'm no doctor, I'm no lawyer, I'm no expert. But there's been one positive update in that, like, we changed meds recently, and that seems to be working better than what I was taking before. So that's nice. What a connection that I also made is that, like, so I was diagnosed with ADD when I was 23, so back a few years ago, right? And since then I've been like kind of roller coastering. I don't know. You know, there's a period of time after you first get diagnosed and stuff where like you're trying out medicines and trying to find the one that works the best for you and helps you the most. And I feel like I've landed on one that for a solid 5-6 years has been working for me. That is one of the things that like we might adjust as we're talking about insomnia, because most ADHD meds are stimulants in some way, and when you're having trouble sleeping, it might be because you have too many stimulants in your life. I'd rather cut caffeine first, but you know, it's whatever. But I guess what I've really like come to think about very recently is I just had this little light bulb, just like a tiny little light bulb of like ADHD or not, because there's also recently been some question as to whether or not it's ADHD for me or if it's something else. I feel like I have poorer executive functioning than other people, or at least just where like I'm more emotionally driven than, like, if I just relax and be myself, right? Like when I'm not in school or when I'm not at a job where there's like expectations of me, I'm a more emotional kind of artistic person than I am like thoughtful and analytical. And what that feels like to me anyways, because of when I compare myself to other people at least, and how they look at the world and how they see things. Oh, LB, I don't envy you. The timing is rough. The way that feels to me is that I naturally have like lower executive functioning or like lower analytical tendencies, I guess. And especially now that I have the insomnia problem and I've had it ongoing for over a year, coming up on a year and 5 months now, that has gone even further down. So now there's definitely like a gap in my executive functioning. My brain feels a little bit empty. Now that I've actually been getting a little more sleep with the new med, it's coming back a little. So I'm excited about that. But I'm just noticing this difference. And I say all this to say, like, I have lower executive functioning, and the way that I compensate for that is by raising my anxiety. Like when I was young, especially, the whole way that I motivated myself to do anything ever was through like anxiety and fear about deadlines and consequences, essentially. And that's probably not healthy. I would venture a guess. So I guess I don't really know what to do with that thought or that like connection, that light bulb, but it feels like a nice light bulb to have, of like just kind of making that connection of where like a bit of what I feel like the anxiety comes from. In not all of it, but a good amount of it is like trying to make up for the fact that my executive functioning is lower, and this is common with ADHD. Part of that just is having lower executive functioning and having the anxiety pop up to compensate for that. So I guess what comes from that thought is, how do I improve my executive functioning? If you know any good apps, drop them in the chat, drop them in the comments, and I'm sure that there's other people out there. I can already see in my, empty brain is so real. Thank you, Sammy. You get it. Yeah. Deadline motivation is literally the only motivation. Yeah. If there's no consequences, then why do I have to do anything? Right? Like, hello? So if you have any good, like, thank you, LB. Wait, so now how do I do this? I got a super chat from LB. ADHD plus anxiety plus people pleaser gang present. Yes, exactly. Oh, Avery, I'm sorry. I got denied an ASD diagnosis on Tuesday due to insurance. I'll have to save up $2,000 to get one, but I'm determined to get there. Yes. Good. I mean, good job, like, having the determination. Insurance sucks. I could go on a whole tangent about that, and I'm going to try not to feed that desire, but good on you. Seek out your diagnoses. If you feel like there's something up, at least talk to a therapist if you can, as may or may not be covered by your insurance network or your parents' insurance if you're still under the age of 26 in the USA. It's worth it. Even if you can only do therapy like once a month or once every 3 weeks or something, it's better than nothing. And it helps a lot to have a sounding board, especially if you're in an environment where, like, the people around you don't understand you, or maybe just don't have the knowledge or the capacity to be able to help you and to help you figure out exactly what's up. But good on you. Best of luck. Best of luck. Oh, Finch. Someone else told me about Finch. Yeah. Marie says, my recommendation is gamification of a task, but actually do it offline, like a Whitboard or somewhere. That's smart. Like making it a game, not in a off of a computer. Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah. That definitely helps. Sorry, I yelled. That's something else I've started to recognize better, is like when I'm feeling myself getting anxious, so that I can pull myself back from the ledge, essentially. So that's good. Yeah, it takes a lot of time at home, I guess, for me to actually like have the capacity, not the capacity, but like to have the patience, I suppose, to just like sit there and observe myself and actually come away with conclusions as opposed to just anxious catastrophizing about what I'm seeing. So glad I caught you live. Your awareness of not only your mental health, but that of others is very respectful. I, as a mom, appreciate that. It doesn't only happen to him. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Yeah. So just that's all. I have a new med that's helping me sleep better, so that's a plus. And I'm making some more observations. I think it's a sign that my brain is coming back. The fact that I'm like finally making some connections about my own behavior and my own thoughts and being able to actually kind of sit back and relax. You know what's very interesting is like I realize this as I'm streaming, as I do therapy, as I talk to my sister on the phone, like if I like just take a minute sit and talk about what I'm experiencing, it's a lot more real in a way, or like it's a lot more like vocalizing and verbalizing what I'm noticing about myself makes it more I don't want to say makes it more real, but like makes it more pointed or more poignant or something. I don't know. You guys got good words. Use them. Use them in the... Oh, hi, Ignis. Thank you. I think you know what I mean. But like it's... I guess there's more gravity to it. But it's like I can put it into words. I guess like it's all feeling in a way. Or it's like it's all kind of instinct and kind of like the beginnings of thoughts. But it's worth it to take the time to formulate the thought into words and like kind of sit and ponder about it. And by the time I get to the end of a therapy session or the end of a, conversation with my sister, just talking about how I feel, I also feel like more connected to the world around me, connected to how I'm feeling, connected to my reality. And that's nice. I think that I need to work more on like taking moments like this when I'm not on stream live in front of people, and like sit and talk, even just talk to myself, maybe journal. This is why people journal. I get it now. Because for a long time, journaling, I used to do it when I was a kid. It was much more of a chore, or it was like my version of journaling was like writing stories and like fiction and just like kind of letting my brain go wild that way. But yeah, absolutely, Marie. When we talk, you can connect the dots better when you have ADHD. Yeah. It's like getting it outside of the feeling in the brain into the words makes it more real, I guess, is the word that keeps coming to mind. But I don't think that real is necessarily the right word, I guess. But yeah. So I guess this is why people journal. It's probably, yeah, I think I need to start a morning journal. I'm not good at keeping up habits. So we'll see how it goes. Ask me in my next stream. You guys don't have to hold me accountable, but I'm very tempted to be like, ask me for a journal check in my next stream to see if I've been doing my homework. That's not really what I want to have you guys do, but yes, thank you, Vaughn. Talking it out solidifies it from a feelings to a concept. Yes, that's the right words. Thank you, Von Lauren. Solidifies it. Yes, I like that. That's better. Because yeah, in the brain it's very scattered, but especially because when you have to communicate it to somebody else, you have to put it to the right words. So solidifying it, yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I'm going to try maybe some morning journal. Maybe just a quick little bullet point thing. Because yeah, I'm pretty quick to like jump up into the day and jump up into like kind of the boring tasks of the day. Getting ready and feeding the cats, which is good for me to do as soon as I get up. And not necessarily take a moment to like connect with who I am and where I am and what I'm doing and what I need to do that day. And kind of, I think also taking the pause helps a lot of my anxiety go away that I usually get in the mornings. Sorry. Hello? No, there might be a cat outside my door, but I'm not positive. Hold on, I'm just gonna check really quick. Hold on, nobody look at my butt. Hold on. Hi, buddy. Hi. You're so heavy you made the floor creak. Hi. Come here. Okay. Come here, Papa. All right, he's walking around. I moved everything around in the room, so he's gotta sniff everything now. And then he might come over. All right. Anyway, sorry for the little mini therapy session, but I want to make this a safe space to talk about mental health stuff because one, it's very real and very present in my life right now, and I'm sure it's very real and very present in everybody else's life too. So hopefully it's a place that you guys can connect among yourselves in the chat as well. I'm working on it, Mina. I need to let him explore and then he'll come over, but he won't stay put unless he gets to sniff everything first. Because I moved things around. Thank you, Avery. All right, I'm gonna just real quick get this set up. And then we're gonna get into it. We have a lot to discuss today. Oh. Hold on. LB is asking, is it okay to check in since your surgery? Yes, I had a lap band and was curious how you are. You don't have to answer if not. Lap band is a bit different, but yes. So that's funny that you mentioned that actually, because I was thinking about, I have my drink and I'm cozy. I don't have my snack though. So I was gonna make sure that I brought a snack so I could talk to you guys about what I eat today, but not like for that reason. But yeah, so I had my weight loss surgery in October. I have definitely lost weight, I think. There's no denying. I'm doing good. I have a week from Wednesday, I have another check-in appointment with the doctor's office through which I got the surgery. And it's my, what's it going to be, August? My 9-month, my 9-month update. And overall, things are going well. It's kind of, I think the timing was good and bad in a way because my, my neck. It's killing me. Sorry. So what's today? This is July 31st. It's about to be August. Yeah, the past year has been insomnia, getting my weight loss surgery, my fiance's job changing. He was really struggling at the job that he had at this point last year. And then he got a new job in January of this year. And so that's been a big shift for us. We were discussing moving. We actually did the move. And, oh, buddy, you can do it. Good job. Good job. Sorry, he climbed up onto a tall bed. My mental health re-diagnosis process in February and March, and then everything kind of came to a head in early May of this year. It was just like a lot of stuff all overlapping at the same time, a lot of stress. So the surgery, I feel like overall was a positive thing for me, for sure. I feel much healthier. It's much easier for me to move. And at the end of the day, that's what I wanted, was a fresh start for my joints, for my body. And most importantly, like, I've gotten to know again what it feels like to be full, which was not something I was familiar with before. I would get to I only knew being hungry and being stuffed. I didn't know in between. And now I know how being full feels like. And I'm eating healthier. One valuable tip that I feel like, in terms of when I say diet, when I talk about my diet now, I don't mean I'm on a diet. I'm on a weight loss plan. I mean like my just what I eat. I'm not like on a diet, like eating with the purpose of losing weight. I mean diet in the more holistic sense. Oh, hi, Jen Gerard. Thank you so much for subbing. So all that to say, one of the biggest changes in my diet that I'm applying now that I feel like is a good thought for everybody, no matter what your like, goals and dreams are, or whatever, is one thing that I really learned from all the nutritionists that I worked with is prioritizing protein. So like moving forward into the rest of my life, essentially, the goal is that protein is about half of my meal, and the other half of my meal is vegetables, fruits, starches, whatever. And then the other part of like prioritizing it, other than making it like the largest portion within the meal, is if you have like chicken and mashed potatoes and vegetables, like you start by eating the chicken and then you eat the vegetables and the potatoes after. Because essentially it's like protein is so like just about everything that you need nutritionally. So if you start with eating that, then like you fill the stomach first with the good stuff, and then you kind of go in descending order of like less and less nutritionally valuable for you. But I like that. Oh, Fat Sage Hack. Ah, that is Garrett Watts merch. Blessing my chat today. Thank you. I chose a good time to stream. What a day. What a day for me. Oh, hi everyone. Wow. All right. Now I'm nervous. No, I'm just kidding. Hi. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah. So I think that's, again, not talking about diet in like a weight loss kind of connotation, but just saying like what I eat in general. That has been something that I feel like has been really easy to apply without feeling like, oh, I have these strict rules and I'm like constricted because I don't like feeling that way about food. And I think that is a lot of what led to a lot of overeating for me in the past and stuff. So I think that's been really good. I have not been working out and it shows in terms of like, I'll just say it shows. I'm not showing it, not in a way that you guys can see. But that is my plan. I have an injury on my back that I need to take care of before I can like really go into what I'd like to be doing for workouts. But there's plenty of other exercises that I can do. So I think that's my next goal as I get my sleep back, as I get my energy back, as like all of these other pieces kind of fall into place. Then the next holistic health, the next holistic health goal is getting into working out in some way, getting active, walking, riding a bike, just something in a way that supports, just healthy, again, not too constricted, not too like high pressure. So that's something I'm looking forward to. Are you coming back, Jupiter? I'm sorry, guys. Jupiter left. But he's really hard to contain. He can't be tamed. Hi, buddy. Oh, here he comes. No? Maybe? Come here, Bubba. Hi. Come here. Hey. People just want to say hi. Come here. Hey, baby. Oh. Here, see? All right, I promise we're going to start talking about Colleen in just a second. That was the end of my various tangents and letting things begin. Now I definitely can't start until he goes. All right, everybody say hi. And then I'm going to let him go. Ooh. He's, what's this, July? So he's about, he's 2. He's still 2. Oh, buddy. All right, fine. I'll start here. Fine. I have to start. Mr. Purr. I have to. Okay, well, this is where we're starting. One thing I'll say that I don't have in common with Colleen is I don't groom my cats. They do that themselves, naturally. With that, let's begin. Oh, it's okay, buddy. It's okay. Oh, no. Hello? Oh, just kidding. Whatever. All right. So now we're getting into the portion that's going to be made into a video eventually. So what's this timestamp? 36:34. Awesome. Hi, my name is Hannah. Welcome back to my channel, Hannah Needs to Yell. And today I need to yell about Colleen Ballinger, but I'm starting at the end for a very good reason. Silence speaks volumes. We have been hearing since June. Let's see, today is Monday, July 31st. We've been hearing since June 3rd. Day after day, repeated, continual accusations and allegations from 10, 15 different people across the internet about, oh, there he goes. About Colleen's alleged, I'm going to have to censor myself a lot, G-word behavior toward minors, toward young adults. So I feel like I can kind of fall on the line with being G-worded. There have been days and weeks and months of opportunities for Colleen to respond to these allegations. There have been article after article after article that's been published, video after video that's been made, creator after journalist after news organization that has reached out asking for comment. So far, well, we haven't received nothing, but we've received nothing good. But I'm going to be starting a series on this whole subject now that I'm back from my little mental health siesta. And it's just too much to fit into one video. Even one of my super long videos cannot contain everything in the way that it needs to be discussed. I'm going to try my best to be as concise as possible so that I don't step on the toes of the many other commentators who have discussed this. And so, by the way, shout outs to iNabber, Paige Christie, Fat Sajak, Swoop, Marky. I'm trying to think of who else I've been watching their coverage of it. As far as commentators, those are my main ones. And of course, Adam McIntyre's many videos on the various aspects of this situation, Johnny Silvestri, Ella, Becky, Oliver, Alex, other people who've come forward individually or through various videos where they've told their stories, or news organizations to whom they've given interviews and told their story. Thank you to all of them for their either sharing their truth or their perspective on everything that's going on, because it's absolutely been informative and helpful for all of us shaping our various perspectives on this. Oh, and Zythe Gets Real, of course. And we'll talk about Cody Rants eventually. So those were absolutely influences of mine, and I don't want to necessarily tread on a bunch of ground that's already been tread. But where I'd like to start with this series, kind of in a way what I did with my James Charles extremely long video, I want to start with what Colleen has to say about all of these various allegations and accusations. She has spoken twice thus far. Once in her video, everybody's favorite response video on the internet right now, and once through her lawyers to Vanity Fair. I think both of those statements from her deserve our attention early on because, one, they present her side of the story, kind of. So she can't say we didn't talk about her side of the story. And secondly, because of what they don't say. And I'm not saying anything new by saying that her various silence speaks volumes, but I think it's worth noting what she is willing to make a statement about versus what she's not, and what she leaves out of, for example, according to Vanity Fair, everything that you need to know about the Colleen Ballinger situation. So, yeah, let's get into it. Also, trigger warnings, because I forgot about that in my last live stream. Trigger warnings, if you're new to this situation, I'm sure you're not, but if you are new here, trigger warnings about all sorts of manipulative behavior, potentially G-word behavior, potentially criminal, potentially possibly illegal behavior from adults toward minors, toward other adults, including possible references to explicit content being sent to at least one minor that we know of allegedly, things like that. So it's really if you're someone who's been a victim of any kind of online G-wording or manipulation or just ugly relationship, this might be triggering for you. And if that's the case, God bless you, God love you. This might not be the video for you. This whole series, this whole situation might not be the situation for you. Protect your mental health. Go in peace, my friend. For the rest of us, lucky ducks who are sticking around, are you ready? Do you have your drink? Do you have your snack? Are you cozy? Are you ready to settle in? Let's dive in. It's weird doing that in a stream format. I like it. All right, folks. I just want to... Oh, the mosquito? I swear to God. Okay. So like I said, we're starting with Colleen's side of the story. Sorry, scratch that. We're starting with Colleen's statements that she has made thus far so that we, right from the start, do not give her the opportunity to say that we didn't listen to her side of the story, nor do we give her the opportunity to say that we took her out of context, because I won't be taking her out of context. I'll be reading exactly what's written. I'll be playing exactly what the video shows. All that we'll be doing is pointing out where there are statements that she's willing to make and where there are statements that she's not willing to make. And what I think, in my opinion, in my personal opinion, my speculation, my non-professional, not a lawyer, not a doctor, not a counselor, nothing like that opinion, what that might mean. So, might mean, what do I know? Fuck me, right? Where do we start? I guess the first thing I'll say, I think I already said, there have been articles written about this Colleen Ballinger situation by Huffington Post, BuzzFeed News, Rolling Stone, E!, NBC, CBS, Daily Mail, and infamously Vanity Fair, along with several others. You'll notice there's a mix there of tabloid, online news, mainstream media. The only one that received... Buddy? I'm so sorry. I have to shut the door on my cat because he's loud and distracting. I love you, baby. You gotta come in or out. Okay. Sorry. So, Colleen has not made any statements that she's, willing to these, Colleen has not made any comments directly to any of the journalists writing these articles. She has spoken through her lawyer to just one news organization, Vanity Fair, if you want to call them news. I don't know if that qualifies as... We'll get there. Everything else, she's not willing to comment on. When she did speak through her lawyers to Vanity Fair, that article was written and that all took place after Colleen, according to her, went against her team's wishes and sang about, as far as she's concerned, her response and ideas about all of the allegations that have been made against her over the past approximately 2 months. So maybe after that went over abysmally, maybe that's when she decided to start listening to her lawyer's advice and not singing or speaking about this herself. Because what she comes up with are not good ideas about how to talk about this. So I want to go in chronological order in this regard. I have a few different versions of Colleen's video pulled up here just in case I have any copyright problems in the future. But I can foresee that happening. You know what's very interesting is that the videos against Colleen that use this Hi video that have like tons and tons of views have not been copyright struck. But the ones by smaller creators were the ones that were getting copyright struck. And I know that there was this whole debate over like, was it Colleen and her team, and was it about the video or was it about the audio, because of the somebody who may not have been Colleen, according to her lawyer, was not Colleen, that uploaded Hi as like a song on a music platform. But there's also been that's audio. I believe, and tell me if I'm wrong, chat, but I believe that there were people who were copyright struck, or copyright claimed, not struck, claimed for using the video. So that only belongs to Colleen. So, I don't know, I just think that that's interesting to think about. EDB and H3 were copyright stricken. Yeah, that was where the discussion came from about it might be that other website. I forget the name of it, but I will have the resource in the edited video. I know that I took screenshots and screen recordings of that. Anyway. Let me get... There we go. Let's do what we can. Let's look at Colleen's statements in Hi. And I'm going to also, alongside it, a hoops. Don't look at that. I mean, you can. It's fine. It's just boring. I'm going to give us a transcript. Yeah, I might need to go back to normal view here. So I can give you a transcript alongside it. So I think that the specific words that were chosen matter. They're going to matter a lot in the potential legal action that may or may not be taken. People have definitely made allusions to taking legal action, but I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. Sorry, I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm emotionally ready to watch this video in front of people, because I have a lot of feelings about it, and I want to keep my wits about me in front of people. So before I get into it, this is probably not going to go into the edited video. I'm sorry if I'm like stalling too much, guys. What were your guys' original reactions when you saw this video by Colleen? Did you think it was serious? Did you think it was a joke? Did you think that she ran it by anybody before she published it? Did you think she did not? What did you think? Chat, let me know. Because I just need a second to collect myself and make sure that I don't make sure that I approach this in a calm, cool, collected manner that I would like to. Is this serious? She's really doing this? I think she just did what she wanted to. My jaw dropped. I thought she was joking for a second. I think she has the lights on, but no one is home. I knew it was serious. She stood for her way. It immediately went from, I can't believe she's actually responding, to, nope, this is meaningless, when the uke came out. The audacity. I was shocked that she had the audacity to sing about the allegations. I was done personally. I was on Adam's side from the jump, so I really was just done with her completely. Definitely not by any professional people, and I was just flabbergasted of the video. I saw it through Nick is not green, had the same reaction as him, but also thought this was a clever non-response in the way of addressing nothing in specific, but making a statement. Me personally, I thought she got ahead of herself, and even though she thinks this is her redemption arc, this is actually her Disney villain song. My thought was, is this real life? Like David at the dentist? Yes, classic. I couldn't believe what I was seeing and hearing. I didn't want to watch the original video, but the first time I saw it to completion, I knew she thought she did something. Shocked. I don't think I spoke for the first 5 minutes. Yeah. It definitely, hi buddy. He makes himself a priority. He claims his space. I definitely was speechless at first. Honestly, the situation at the same time, it was disturbing. It was a bit cathartic. I went through similar experiences as the victims, but I wasn't able to see it as abuse for a long time. When I first saw the ukulele, my jaw dropped. Then I just got more and more frustrated as she tried to change the narrative through an angrily written song. To quote It's Always Sunny, nothing says you were, words I can't say, more than singing about not, etc. There was no PR involved. No way a lawyer saw that and let her post it. No way. She admits to way too much. I feel insulted alongside the victims. Yes. Okay. I yelled loudly. Yeah. Yeah. I was speechless at first. I think that what I'm struggling with right now is that I don't want to. How about this? This is a stream. I'm going to do what I want for the stream, then I'm just going to cut it down for the video. How about that? Because that's what I intend to do. But there's probably just a lot that I'm going to say on the stream that's not going to make it into the video. How about that? Because I don't... I have a lot of thoughts that are not necessarily related to the points of what she's willing to speak about versus what she's not willing to speak about. But just as a quick, broad overall story recap, because I realized I didn't necessarily do that. Colleen Ballinger has been on YouTube as herself and /or her character Miranda sings since about 2008 in some way, shape, or form. As she'll say in here, she's been sharing her life online for the past 15 years. In the process of that, she's made a lot of inappropriate content. She's also made some fine, wholesome content. And so people had to weed through one or the other, to figure out, I guess, people were attracted to the nice stuff. And there was all this shit lying underneath. In 2020, the internet as a whole got their first red flag, big old warning sign about Colleen when Adam McIntyre, who at the time was 17 years old, came forward about some interactions that he had had with Colleen spanning at that time since he was about 14. He had known her, he'd been watching her content since he was 9. I believe that he first met her at a show when he was 11 or 12. And then he started actually communicating with her regularly and becoming one of her inner circle fans when he was about 14. So he detailed in that video in broad brush strokes that he had been working for her unpaid, essentially, providing her with content and ideas for Miranda Sings and Colleen. Colleen, she has, her own content that she does, but she also has a family vlog, and she has all this various stuff that she has going on. Ideas came from Adam, and he went uncredited and unpaid for all of that work. And at that time, what had most recently happened was that there had been a problem on the Miranda Sings Twitter account. He had posted a tweet about coming out as, what's her name? This is where my brain is gone. What's her freaking name, peeps? Meghan Trainor. So he had very recently, right before the video that he made, he had posted through the Miranda Sings account. He had been allowed by Colleen for the first time to go actually into Miranda's account and post as Miranda. So he tweeted a series of tweets about, first there was, big announcement coming soon. And then the big announcement was, I'm coming out as a Meghan Trainor fan. So it's this, kind of dry humor, sarcastic joke. Some people took it as a joke. Other people took it as queer baiting. So it caused some controversy. Miranda, Colleen, couldn't handle it. And even though she had approved the tweet, even though Adam ran it by her like 4 times, and he was completely under the impression that she understood the tweet, approved the tweet, that's what she said, she still guilted him about it until he like took it down, removed himself from the account. Looking at the conversation, I'm not exactly confident if like the words did not come out of her mouth that he was fired, but like it was understood that he was fired from whatever he was doing for her, because after that point she gave him the cold shoulder. She wasn't talking to him. She was talking about him in group chats, and those conversations were coming back to him. They had a disagreement among themselves because Colleen was thinking that he was running some hate accounts that he was not running, because he was one of her biggest fans, to the extent that he had spent all of these years giving her this free content, right? Close, as far as he could tell, close friend of hers. Also, he's a teenager. Not that a teenager can't run a hate account, but anyway. So he was working and going above and beyond for this person and her weird character. And when one idea of his, after hundreds had gone right, when one idea went wrong, she decided to cut him off. And he didn't take that very kindly, which makes sense. So he ended up pulling out of everything after she guilted him about how everything went with the Meghan Trainor tweet. And then when all of these rumors about what she had been saying about him came back to him, he only replied then to say, I've heard what you're saying about me, essentially. I'm paraphrasing, right? I've heard what you're saying about me. It's a shame that that's what you're thinking of me for some reason. I don't know why. Buddy, you're so heavy in the way. It's not me running those accounts, but also I hope that nobody ever manipulates your son the way that you manipulated me, essentially, is the moral of the story with the tweet that he, not the tweet, the DM that he sent her. And then she took one mention of her son and blew it out of proportion as to being more than what it clearly was, and used it as fodder for cutting off contact with him. And so Adam, rightfully feeling a lot of frustration and essentially heartbroken about that, he made a video that he at the time kind of assumed would just stay within the Colleen, Ballinger / Miranda Sings fandom, which he was a part of massively, and just be a message to them about, I'm leaving the fandom, I'm moving on from here, this is what happened, don't, just don't associate us anymore, I'm not part of this anymore. However, the video blew up because of there was that situation that was a very public kind of scandal that people had wanted to know more about. But through Adam telling his story of his interactions with Colleen, he also told the story of the time that she sent him lingerie. That little tale. All of this stuff is stuff that we're going to attest to. All of this is stuff that I plan to go over later in my series. When I make the individual episodes of my series upcoming, I'm going to go chronologically through everything, because I think that what's happened a bit is, as everybody's story has come out, I think that it's interesting, and I think that it'll help me also to process and analyze and understand all of the information. to go chronologically in order year by year by year. But in 2020, we got this inside look, this red flag, this warning sign about Colleen, not only about how she treats this minor, unpaid international intern employee, apparently, kind of, but also the fact that she sent him lingerie when he was 14. And under no circumstances, because, she sent it as a joke, so it's fine, naturally, but usually under no circumstances is that fine or a joke. There's a lot more to get into there, and we will, but that rattled the internet briefly, but that was like a stone falling into a pond compared to the boulder that's been thrown in 2023. Adam was brought forward by Cody Rance to address this situation again in June of this year. And when he did so, he provided a lot more receipts. He felt like he was forced to because of what information Cody put out about him. He provided a lot more of the communications between himself and Colleen that, in terms of screenshots and having some hard evidence backed up what he was saying a bit more than in the past. There were screenshots in his first video, and there were videos in his first video that supported what he was saying, but there was just so much more this time around. And he was also supported by the stories of other people coming forward who I mentioned before. So in the wake of all of that massive wave caused by the boulder of accusations and allegations that's been thrown toward Colleen, she comes out with this. And this is why everybody is speechless and confused and frustrated about Colleen's response here, is because of the gravity of what she was accused of. So as we watch this, let's just keep in mind that she's been accused of G-wording. She's been accused of sending explicit photos and videos of a friend of hers to at least one minor and at least one young adult as a joke, allegedly. She's been accused of fat phobia, racism. I'm just gonna say probably some sexism in there, homophobia, and this is her response at the tipping point of her career after a month of the internet being saturated in these allegations and accusations. This is what she is able to come out with. As we can see, this very serious face. She's really taking this seriously here on her Colleen Vlogs second channel with about 30% of the subscribers that her other channel has, where she posts this apology. So let me know how the sound is. So she grabs the uke. I had mixed feelings when I saw the ukulele because I know that Colleen is a musical theater kid at heart still. I do say the word kid on purpose. But yeah, a lot of people were immediately shocked by the presence of the ukulele. Jen Gerard, hi. Thank you so much.
I haven't been doing so great, so I did a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that are...
First of all, I have this on 1.25 speed. I'm going to go back because I was talking over that. But thank you so much, Jen. I really appreciate it. I'm going to save super chats moving forward for to address later. I hope I didn't miss any. Oh, freakity frack. I have not been starring super chats as I go. But thank you. Genderard says, I have to run, but I wanted to give you some encouragement. Thank you. I get that you have been having a hard time, but want to remind you to keep pushing. You got this, girl. Thank you so much, Jen. I appreciate it. And I very much respect you and everything that you've done in your career. So thanks for being here. All right, I'm going to go back because I was talking. And I'm going to save future super chats for later in the video. So let's back this train up. This train. Okay. So let's listen to Colleen's very serious sing-along choo-choo apology song. It is on 1.25 speed. Also, yeah, the ukulele is unexpected, to say the least.
Hey, it's been a while since you saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true, though, just as long as it's entertaining to you.
So I wish you would clarify what's true or not. Also, this right here. So, you know how you guys notice sometimes when I'm making a video that I will smile when it might not seem appropriate. You see how she's smiling here? She's smiling out of like bitter anger and sarcasm. That's often, if I'm smiling in my video, it's this smile. It's this condescending, bitchy, petty smile. Not to you, the audience member, but usually to the subject of my video. And that's exactly what Colleen is doing here. The condescending, bitchy, oh, it's entertaining, isn't it? To the subject of her video, which I don't think this video is for us. I think this video is a letter to Adam, Johnny, Ella, Becky, Alex, the various people who've come forward. I think in a way it's to us. It's definitely not an apology. It's a choo-choo sing-along non-apology song, full of deflection, full of everything else, and we'll get there. But it's a letter to everybody else except for herself. Oh, thank you, buddy. Jeez. It's the summer and he's real warm. And that's who she's making the faces toward. Anybody who has the audacity to say something about herself that she wouldn't say.
Right? You guys having fun?
We're not having fun. What about this is fun? Is anybody, chat, let me know, is anybody having a real fun time talking about these allegations? Oh, Colleen. Two can play at this game of condescension and bitterness. So let's play.
All aboard the toxic gossip train. You're chugging down the tracks of misinformation. The toxic gossip train. You got a one-way ticket to manipulation station. Toxic gossip train. Tie me to the tracks and harass me for my past. Cause rumors look like facts. If you don't mind the gaps, I won't survive in the crash. But hey, at least you're having fun.
I think you're having fun. You wrote this song and you practiced this performance, and this is not the first take because I can hear the vocal tiredness in your voice as you're singing. So I think if anyone's having fun, it's you, honey bun. The rest of us are talking about really serious allegations of potential crimes that you've committed against at least one child, but more like 5 or 6. So, but keep going, please. This is what we all wanted. We were all like, ooh, I hoped I can hear Colleen's angelic voice just sing one more time? Yeah, the first time that I listened to this song, because now, we've all heard it a billion times by now, I was just shocked at the irony of her talking about how we're all spreading misinformation and we're all the ones gossiping and we're all the ones on this toxic gossip train, when literally all of the accusations against her have been about her talking shit about people behind their backs and her gaslighting and manipulating people and her grooming people. So maybe that's intentional. Maybe that's an artistic choice that Colleen is just leaning into the irony. And that's where the smile comes from, because she's holding back her laughter at herself. She knows she's joking, It's got it. That's my speculation anyway.
Hi everyone. I've been wanting to come online and talk to you about a few things. Even though my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say, I recently realized that they never said that I couldn't sing what I want to say. So here I am, and today I only want to talk about the facts. So I hope that you'll be willing to listen. Here we go.
I thought that was where the song was going to end. I truly did. When she said, I want to talk about the facts, then I thought, okay, that's interesting. We do like a minute and a half of singing to pull people in, maybe just to surprise people, get their attention. And then, because for a second, right, when I first, the theater kid in me, when I first heard this song, I was like, oh, this is because she's into the world of theater. This is the only way that she knows how to like properly express her emotions is through song. That's the level of like giving people the benefit of the doubt that I naturally go to at this point in my life. I probably should stop that. But I was like, okay, but now, because she's saying we're going to talk about the facts, the song is going to end because it's less emotional and we're talking about facts, logic, receipts. She's going to show us. Nope, none of that. We actually go straight from, I guess, facts. That it's been a while since we saw her face. She hasn't been doing great. She took a break. People are saying things. It's her opinion that it's not true. And then, opinion, gaslighting, deflection, rumors, So she hasn't really like been talking about facts, but I was like, maybe now, because we're actually getting into the facts, we're going to stop with the bullshit, stop with the song. I was wrong. I tend to be wrong about things like that. Anyway.
Many years ago, I used to message my fans, but not in a creepy way, like...
So, sorry. Many years ago means earlier in 2023, because she was in an Instagram chat called Insta Weenies, according to Adam and his friends who were involved in the Weenies group chat, and then the Insta Weenies. Up until just a couple weeks ago, I think she pulled out of that chat like shortly before or shortly after releasing this video. So, I think facts is like an interpretive word for Colleen. I don't really think it's like a solid definition for her, but whatever.
You are trying to suggest it was more of a loser kind of way, where I was just trying to be besties with everybody. It's kind of like when you go to like a family gathering, and there's a weird aunt there, keeps coming up to you and going like, hey girl, what's the tea? And you're like, ugh.
I have 2 nephews. One is 7, the other is 3. I have never gone to either of them asking about tea. They are 7 and 3. What possible tea could be going on in their lives, let alone tea that I need to discuss with them? This is not a weird aunt thing to do. This is not an aunt thing to... I don't know what kind of aunt she's talking about. Have any of your aunts ever asked you for the tea? For like the relationship drama in your young life? Because maybe this is a type of aunt that I'm just like not familiar with. Could you scoot over? Safari? Thank you. But god damn. Also, let's get back to the point of why we're talking about this. The statements that Colleen is willing to make. Thank you. Never in my 40 plus years. No, it would make me feel weird. Thank you. That's what I thought. So statements that she's willing to make. A lot of people are saying things that aren't quite true. Kind of a statement. She thinks it's entertaining. She thinks it doesn't matter if it's true, but that's really her opinion. It's not really a statement of fact. Opinion. My team has strongly advised me not to say what I want to say. That's a statement. They never said I couldn't sing what I want to say. That's her attempting a joke. Does it make you laugh? Let me know, because I'm not laughing. Today I only want to talk about the facts. That's kind of a statement. So, but here's one. Many years ago, I used to message my fans. So that's something. We just talked about how it's not quite true, as Colleen is familiar with not quite true statements. And she paints it as, I wasn't being creepy, I was being a loser, I was being a weird aunt. Which again, as we just discussed, I'm not familiar with that type of aunt. If you have that type of aunt, let me know, because I didn't think that type of person exists. I don't know. Thank you. What we are seeing coming up is that was me in group chats with my fans. Being a weird, not creepy, but loser, weird aunt. Asking for the tea. So a little invasion of privacy, because when that's your aunt, you have an underlying trust, an underlying relationship with that person. They're your family. They're somebody who's been there for you since you were born. They even if you because you're a kid, you might not have a great strong relationship with them because they're like at least 20 years your senior probably, but your parents do, maybe your older siblings do. They're part of your family. You have some trust there, you have some love, you have a bond that's not related to the tea. Colleen's bond with strange children about the tea doesn't have any underlying trust. The underlying trust is what's known as a parasocial relationship between those children and herself, that is built on nothing but their imagined perception of her based on her highly edited videos and a false character that she portrays on the internet. So I don't really think it's an apt comparison. Also, I still don't think that this type of aunt actually exists. So just saying. Anyway, but these are the statements she's making. I was the weird aunt in the group chats with my fans. Let's keep going.
That was me, but in group chats with my fans. It was weird. I've been sharing my life online for over 15 years. I've poured my heart out to you, and because of that I feel like I'm talking to my friends, but in the beginning of my career, I didn't really understand that maybe there should be some boundaries there.
So that was a lot. That was a lot of statements, I think. So she's willing to say that she's poured her heart out to children. She doesn't specify children, she says my fans. But we know, based on the content and the context of this whole situation, that her fans are kids. Not completely kids, but at least a large percentage children, minors. I've poured my heart out to you, and because of that, I feel... So feeling like she's talking to her friends when she's talking to her fans, not knowing that there should be boundaries in that in the beginning of her career. Although, again, there are still group chats that she was a part of up until just a few weeks ago. So I would beg to differ about this being a fact that in the beginning of her career she didn't understand the boundaries, because I think that would apply up until now as well, if she just a few weeks ago was still in group chats on Instagram. And she was willing to say that it was weird for her to be in group chats with her fans. So she's aware of that, and she's willing to state it. No comment on the content of those group chats other than, hey girl, what's the tea? No comment on what she was bringing into the group chats regarding her divorce that was going on back in the 2016, 17, 18, 19 era. No comments about what she may or may not have asked them, not just about tea, not just about gossip in their like lives, but about like periods and virginity and pictures of their body parts and stuff like that, you know. So silence in that regard about those allegations. Interesting where the silence is. This is what I'm saying. She'll mention it, but not all the way, you
know? There were times in the DMs when I would overshare details of my life, which was really weird of me. I haven't done that for years, you see, because I changed my behavior and I took accountability.
False. So, first of all, chat, can I just do a quick check? Can you hear the video well? Is the volume like pretty level between me and the video? Can you just let me know on this one? Real quick. Yep, yes. Okay, thank you so much, friends. Thank you. All right, so the way that I know that you haven't like taken accountability and changed your behavior is, first of all, you were still in group chats a few weeks ago. Secondly, you keep calling it weird that you were in group chats with your fans as the aunt asking about the tea. Again, a type of aunt that does not exist. So I don't understand this analogy. And then also, there were times in the DMs I would overshare the details of my life, which was really weird of me. In my last video about James Charles and the James Charles article, I commented that, isn't it odd that for some reason Colleen keeps calling these things that she did weird? What she's willing to comment on, what she's willing to talk about and admit to, in a way, one might say, she calls it weird. She doesn't call it wrong. She doesn't call it inappropriate. She doesn't call it immoral. She doesn't call it anything like that, like anything damning. She doesn't call it creepy. She doesn't call it out of line. She just calls it weird. In my last video, I was talking about how these little framings that influencers do portray exactly how they're thinking about something from a PR standpoint more than from an actual like caring, like moral standpoint. If she had taken accountability for that behavior, she would still be able and willing to apologize for it now, because she would understand that people have a right to still be upset now about something that took place in the past. They also have a right not to accept any apology that she may have made. She says that she took accountability, but I don't. If she's talking about her addressing everything video from 2020, that certainly ain't it. So I don't know when she's talking about taking accountability. She must be referring to something. So if there was some kind of apology at some point that nobody else has talked about except for her right here, so I don't know if it exists, it must not have been very genuine if now you don't want people talking about this anymore and you expect and require forgiveness that people are not willing to give you. It's not real accountability if you don't understand that people are allowed to hold you accountable by expressing how your actions made them feel negatively. That's part of taking accountability, is receiving that feedback. So, just saying. But she's willing to say it was weird. I'm going to wait for my cuckoo clock to stop. All right.
But that's not very interesting, is it?
Oh, it's interesting. It just doesn't exist, baby.
So let's go on the toxic gossip train. The locomotive's fueled with hateful accusations. The toxic gossip train. Steamroll over someone's reputation. Toxic gossip train.
Her reputation. PR. This is about how she looks. It has nothing to do with how she feels, what she actually thinks is right and wrong. It has nothing to do with morality. It has nothing to do with the impact of her actions on the alleged victims in this case. It's about how she looks and her reputation. That's what this is about for her, based on how she's talking about it, based on her statements, based on what she's willing to say.
Bored, but close your eyes, otherwise you'll realize that the train is made of lies, and that person you despise maybe didn't deserve to die, but hey, at least you're having fun.
So I want to address this. First of all, obviously, like, this is BS. The, hateful accusations, and the train is made of lies, and the train is made of screenshots, okay? Let's be real. But anyway, what she's saying about the person you despise maybe didn't deserve to die, this was something that's echoed in her 2020 apology video called Addressing Everything. In that video, she actually talked about what she's trying to say here, because she was talking, not singing a song. So she was able to actually express what she was thinking a little better, rather than trying to fit it into stanzas and lines and trying to make them rhyme and all that shit. Look at that, I was able to rhyme without even trying. I'm not singing a song, yet it comes along. Anyway, she was getting death threats back in 2020 with the whole Adam McIntyre thing. I think that's what she's referring to here, is that maybe this time she's also getting death threats, and so she's saying, I don't deserve to die. Referring to that. Hard to tell, because she's not really describing it. But yeah, that line sticks out to me every time because it is so vague. So I wanted to just offer my opinion on that and what that means, because I think it is a little confusing. That's that.
In all seriousness, I do think it's really important to hold people accountable for their mistakes. We should hope that everyone can learn from their mistakes and grow and change their behavior and be a better person. And this is something that I've always tried to do when I make mistakes, and it's something that I will continue to try to do. What? Oh, you don't care? Oh, okay.
I can't express to you the rage volcano that came over me when she did that fake out. Sometimes I get so angry that I can't yell and I just need to be quiet. And I think that that's some of what this video riles up in me, because it's so clear the unwillingness to even pretend to understand what people on the internet are saying, what they're angry about, what is actually being alleged against you. I don't think that you understand, or else you wouldn't be responding in this way. Also, why we talk about these things online. Do you think I enjoy sitting here on a Monday night talking about a YouTuber who, surprise, turns out to be a sexual predator, allegedly? Do you think that that's fun for me? Do you think that me and my anxiety disorder, which is influencing my insomnia so I can't sleep for 1.5 years, is enjoying sitting here talking about how your ass can't keep your Twitter fingers under control in your DMs, talking about your fucking divorce with a 14-year-old, talking about... I already have probably set off some... I need to censor myself already because of how strict YouTube is. If it's really, according to you, really important to hold people accountable for their mistakes, then you would be allowing the accountability that is coming for you right now. And you wouldn't be coming out with this bullshit. You hope that everyone can learn from their mistakes and grow and change their behavior and be a better person. This is something you've always tried to do, etc. What you don't care. These statements are important, but they're immediately invalidated by your follow-up. And this is where I began to feel, I was looking in the comments before. Hello? Comments? Oh, also, how ironic that the only line, I do not condone or support any kind of online bullying or hate toward anyone ever. Have you seen what your fans are doing to Adam? Where's the comments section? There it is, bitch. This is when I began to feel... I mean, it was a condescending video thus far in general, but especially now, the aggressive insulting of everyone's intelligence. Like, don't talk down to me about, first of all, my job, which this, reporting on what YouTubers do is a way that you could describe what I do on the internet, what commentators do, what drama channels do. We talk about bigger YouTubers who we think are pulling some bullshit. We call people out on their bullshit. And we don't let up until they respond. Especially, for me personally, there's a lot of stories that I overlook, either because I don't have the time, it's been thoroughly addressed by other people, and or it's just a situation that I feel like maybe is more interpersonal than necessarily impacting the audience. This directly impacts the audience, Colleen, because you have these individual relationships with these individual audience members who are all coming forward after years in your fandom saying that they feel used and abused and G-worded, and how can you not feel something about that? I feel like mortally concerned when I get comments on my video saying that my introduction is too long. And you can't feel anything, feel compelled in any way when you have people saying, I grew up as a fan of Colleen Ballinger and Miranda sings, and I feel like I was used and abused and G-worded. Even if you don't agree that that's what happened because you have a misunderstanding of what that is and what that means and you don't want to take any accountability, don't you at least feel sad for how they feel? Doesn't your heart at least break, even if you don't know for sure that that's what happened? Don't you at least want to know why they feel that way and what did happen that makes them feel that way? Like, come on, where's the humanity? This is such a non-human way to talk about this, and I think that that's what's really rubbing everyone the wrong way, is like, where's the emotion? We see the anger. We get that. We get that you're pissed, hun. But where is the humanity? Because it's not there. It's not there. And it's shocking. That's the type of rant I was trying not to go off on because I'm trying to stay on topic. You guys let me know in the chat if this is too too all over the place for a video to keep in the video or not or whatever. But like, holy God. At Hannah needs to yell, money and fans has scientifically proven to warp empathy. She probably has no sympathy or empathy. Hey, Swoop, what? Swoop is not in this chat. I don't know if she is. Anyway. That's what's... Yeah. Yeah. But so now statements here. How easy would it be for a prosecutor to say, well, Colleen thinks it's really important to hold people accountable for their mistakes. So I would like her to go to jail, please, for 20 years or more. At least she's willing to make that statement. See if she regrets it later. This is why her lawyer didn't want her to talk. Has anybody seen Runkle of the Bailey? Did a review of this. He's a defense lawyer, criminal defense lawyer. Wonderful, wonderful video. Adam did a reaction to it, but also his video individually without Adam's commentary. Wonderful. So, now we have to listen to her do this.
You want me to take accountability?
Yes, we do.
But that's not the point of your mob mentality, is it? No.
I'm not part of a mob mentality. I'm a critically thinking adult.
Your goal is to ruin the life of the person you despise while you dramatize your lies and monetize their demise.
I don't want to ruin your life. This isn't about you. On the totem pole of who this is about, you are at the bottom. Who this is about is all of the alleged victims and what the hell they've gone through. And yes, it was at your hands. So you need to participate in that conversation. Yeah. But it's not about you at the end of the day. It's about them getting justice, which requires you, but like it's for their sake, not yours. You know? Okay.
I feel like I can already hear the comments on this video. She's gaslighting, manipulating. Oh, she's a narcissist and a rat. I would never make a mistake like that. Oh.
The bad acting, the actor voice on that. Colleen, please, you can do better. This is film, not theater.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that all of you are perfect, so please criticize me. Bring out the dagger.
I love it when influencers do stuff like this where they just like make up, completely fabricate arguments that are being thrown at them so that then they can combat those arguments. Nobody has said, well, I'm perfect, so you should be too. Nobody has said, I want to ruin your life. Nobody has said, I don't know, any of these things. I mean, yeah, they ended up saying she's gaslighting, manipulating, narcissistic. This is not a proper transcription, but nobody has said that I've seen, I would never make a mistake like that. Because this isn't a mistake and so there's layers there. But yeah, this isn't, you're making this up. This isn't real. Respond to what people are actually saying, but you can't. Because you can't make statements. You're being silent about what people are actually talking about. You're making up this fake version of events. You're making up this fake version of events so that you can talk about that rather than what's actually happening. In my opinion. That's what it seems like to me.
From your perfect past and stabbed me repeatedly in my bony little back.
People have talked about the body checking of that line. I don't think I need to.
I'm sure you're disappointed in my shitty little song. I know you wanted me to say that I was 100% in the wrong. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not going to take that route of admitting to lies and rumors.
She said sorry. So. And that's what we wanted.
That you made up for clout.
it took me a few times listening to the song to understand that she said lies and rumors that you made up for clout. I didn't realize that was what she said. I thought that she like very quietly said made up about me or something like that. But the clout chasing narrative is something I'm probably going to do a whole video, maybe a whole series on at some point. But suffice it to say, TLDW in the future, it doesn't make any sense. God bless Becky, came forward with her story. Do you think that she's enjoying the quote-unquote clout that she's getting right now? All of your fans harassing her, talking about, I do not condone or support any kind of online bullying or hate toward anyone, ever. Except if I think that they're lying about me, and if I think that it was just a fart joke, so then I'll turn a blind eye toward that, which is complicity in the actions, because I'm the leader of this army, and I'm not telling them to stop. I don't think that Becky wanted that to be what she was known for. Also, what happened to her and what happened to everybody else, like, there's screenshots, there's videos, there's photos, there's evidence of most of these allegations are substantiated by evidence. So I really don't get this line from Colleen or from anybody else in this type of situation. Yeah. Like the stream. Subscribe to my channel with my hot takes about the most obvious, like, this is stupid, Colleen. This is dumb. Where did I leave off? So this is all opinion, right? We're talking about statements versus silence. This is all opinion about the mob mentality, opinion about why we are doing what we are doing, opinion about what we may potentially comment, opinion about, again, how she's interpreting what's happening to her, which has nothing to do with what's actually happening to her. It's just her making up stuff so that she can tear it down. Hold on just 1 second. Ugh. People came home. Okay. So, yeah, again, we're missing a lot of statements. She's not saying much other than complaining about what's happening to her. This is probably the closest we're getting to a statement in like the past minute of this video is she's not going to take the route of admitting to lies and rumors that we made up for clout, allegedly. Won't say what those are, though. She doesn't even say what the allegations against her are. How interesting. She only mentions like one category of allegations vaguely, but most of them she doesn't talk about. How odd. How odd.
Hey everybody, I found someone new to harass.
The way her eyes widened on that.
Things that I do not like in her past. So everybody gather around, cause we're about to attack. But not based on facts, oh no. Your loaded lethal weapon is your fingers on the keys. You don't need any armor when you can hide behind a screen. So shoot me down quick, do the click and bam.
No one wants you dead.
Their reputation's deceived.
That line also shocked me. My reputation's deceased. No one cares about your reputation except for you. No one is trying to tear down your reputation. They're trying to get justice for Adam, Johnny, Becky, Ella, Oliver, Alex, other people that have spoken out about you and Corey and your brother Trent and your ex-husband Josh being creeps and impacting their young lives, allegedly. No one cares about your goddamn reputation. Why would anybody... They care about the fact that they have had to go to therapy over their experience being your fan. You self-centered. My God.
I also wanted to take a minute to talk about that girl Miranda sings. You know the one. Yeah, her? She's PG-13. It says that on my website, and it's always been that way. And that's why you won't find my videos on the YouTube Kids app. Anyway.
According to at least screenshots that Swoop has shown, you can find Miranda videos on the YouTube Kids app. And, you know, again, I'm repeating points that everybody else has made, but I want to include them in my videos just in case there's anybody here who's not watching everybody else. You can find Miranda's the TV show that she made based on the Miranda Sings character in the Netflix Kids app, or at least you could at the time that this video was made. So there's a majority of people who interpreted that Miranda Sings as a character was at least appropriate for kids to watch, if not aimed toward kids. So if you didn't feel that, I don't know why, because your shows were continuously attended by little children who you actually interacted with at every single one, because you would pull little tiny boys up onto the stage specifically for the Bay skit. So you knew that there were little kids in your audience. If I held some kind of a tour or a meet and greet or something, and a child came up to me and told me that they liked my content, I would have a word with their parents. Because honestly, I'm not joking about this stuff. I'm talking about the serious implications of this stuff. And it's not stuff that somebody under the age of 13 should be learning about how dark the world is. Keep your innocence. You don't have to learn about the bad guys out on the internet quite yet. Enjoy your Roblox. And the parents are the ones who need to know, who need to watch my stuff to protect their kids. But let your kids live in La La Land just a little longer, But I don't know how. This is what I mean by there's no humanity. There's no feeling. There's no emotional, where's the moral compass saying, ooh, this is weird that all these little boys keep showing up at my concert. Instead of that, it's oh, let's capitalize on the fact that people keep bringing little kids to my shows. Let's make a skit where I can bring a little boy up onto the stage and make them reach into my pants. Come on.
I didn't realize it was my responsibility to decide what was appropriate for every kid to see. I've always relied...
It's not your responsibility, but you have personally described your content as being something that kids can enjoy watching and that adults can enjoy watching. That includes your live shows and your videos. So what else is that supposed to mean, is my question for Colleen.
Parents to decide if they're comfortable with their families watching my YouTube videos or coming to my live shows. Now, have I made some jokes in poor taste? Yes.
No one asked you about Adam.
Have I made lots of dumb mistakes? Yes.
Why the fuck are you speaking about Adam other than to apologize to him? Or that's my question. Colleen. Get Adam's name out of your mouth.
Am I sad that there are some fans who feel betrayed? Yes.
You don't show it. But it's a statement she's willing to make. What's interesting also is, you see how Newsweek transcribes this? Have I made some jokes in poor taste? Yes. Have I made lots of dumb mistakes? Yes. Is that what you hear when you hear that? Or do you hear Adam made some jokes in poor taste? Adam made some dumb mistakes. I'm looking at the chat right now. Because let me know, chat, do you hear her saying Adam or have I? Let me play it back.
To decide if they're comfortable with their families watching my YouTube videos or coming to my live shows. Now, have I made some jokes in poor taste? Yes. Have I made lots of dumb mistakes? Yes. Am I sad that there are some fans who feel betrayed? Yes. But was my intention to manipulate? No.
Okay. Have I? There are a couple of people who heard Adam. There are some people who say, have I? This is crazy because I also have, I have only always heard her say Adam. This has always sounded to me like Adam, like reference to Adam McIntyre. It does. Okay, Lauren, she dropped the H on have. That makes sense. And as I'm looking at her now, am I watching her? Like, as I'm watching her now, I'm seeing the V. I'm seeing the pronunciation of the V instead of the D. A D is internal. It's the tongue against the roof of the mouth. And a V, it's more external. You can see the teeth coming against the bottom lip. So,
have I made some jokes in poor taste? Yes.
I'm going to slow this down just in case there's anybody else like me who's freaking confused.
Have I made some jokes in poor taste? Yes. Have I made lots of dumb mistakes? Yes.
Okay. Thank you for indulging me on that, just because I'm like, I want to make sure that I'm accurate in my assessments and my opinions. So yes, now I can see, have I? But isn't that interesting? And perhaps it reveals a bias on my part. I don't know. But it sounds a lot like Adam. Adam. It's interesting that she's willing to say she's made some jokes in poor taste and some dumb mistakes. But that's far too broad. And again, interesting that the mistakes are dumb. Not immoral, not inappropriate, not crossing the line, not really emotionally or ethically connected to the content of what people are upset about. For example, that there are fans who feel betrayed. That's a big deal. How do you just be like, yeah, I'm sad that they feel betrayed? I would be heartbroken to know that a fan of mine feels betrayed by me in some way. What the hell? Ay, ay, ay. I think that the line, Von Lauren, I think that the line about my bony little back was a jab at Adam and other people who have admitted to developing body issues because of her. That is a good point. That is a good point. I haven't been looking at the chat too much during this, and I've been taking too long looking at. I haven't looked at the chat as much as I wanted to during this stream, but yeah. I think that there are references to Adam in here, even if I'll admit I was wrong. His name is not in here. Oh, and yes, LB, fans feel betrayed, not that she betrayed them. So it's not about her action. This is the only time she's acknowledging their feelings, is when it's not a feeling that she'll admit that she caused with her action.
Am I sad that there are some fans who feel betrayed? Yes. But was my intention to manipulate? No.
Oh. I'm going to scoot back just a bit.
No. It doesn't really matter what my intention was, because it seems as though everyone's already decided on that.
No, it doesn't matter what your intention was, because the impact is what matters. Intention matters a little, but not when the impact is so grave. I think that that's the connection that's missing here. And it's hard. I've talked about this before. Yeah, it sucks when something that you mean to go a certain way goes a completely different way, or is received by somebody differently than what you think you're saying. But then you look at yourself and you say, what did I miscommunicate? What did I do wrong? How did I mess up? And how can I do it differently and better in the future? It's not that she's listening anyway, but for anybody else who is confused about the intention thing, when the impact is so much more dire than the intention, yeah, the impact is what people are talking about because that's what matters. And people have already decided on your intention. I'm not even gonna.
It's not very fun to have millions of people all over the world call you the most vile, horrendous, disgusting, life-ruining words that a person can be called, in my opinion.
This is hilarious to me. The level that she's willing to go to victimize herself. Nobody thinks it's fun, hun. Nobody thinks it's fun for you to go through this, for people to call you out. Do you think that we think that this is fun for you? It's not fun for us. It's not fun for you. We don't want to be doing this. We don't want to be spending our time doing this. It's because you're taking forever to respond. You're not willing to just apologize to Adam and to the other people. You're not willing to just own up and admit to what screenshots show that you did. It's alleged because, court processes have to go forward, but based on, people who are forming opinions that you did this stuff are basing it on evidence. We're not pulling this out of our asses. That last time in 2020, there was a lot less receipts flying around. There was a lot less hard evidence. There was a lot less information available to us to be able to come to a solid opinion. Last time around in 2020, I left that whole situation with a big question mark over Colleen's face. I didn't know what her intention was, but I knew that she had sent underwear to a minor. And I felt like that was weird. And so I already had not been watching Colleen's content or Miranda content, but I made a point not to moving forward from there either. And I felt there was a gray area in the whole situation because of exactly what Adam, what has been discussed this time about how she cut up the live stream differently than how Adam cut it up. And I was like, why are there two different interpretations of a video from this one event? At the time, I was not the kind of girl that I am today. I was not the one who was going to go back and compare and I didn't have that kind of, I was focused on different things. But I certainly did not leave that situation feeling good about Colleen Ballinger. But I also didn't have enough information, I felt like, to officially, completely write her off. Well, like to do what I'm doing, like to raise a voice against her, I guess. I certainly wasn't going to support her, but I didn't feel confident enough because there wasn't quite enough receipts for me to fully understand everything that was going on from an objective point of view. I needed more hard evidence to understand exactly what had happened. But I knew that she had sent underwear to a minor. I thought that was weird. And so I was like, I'm keeping away from her no matter what. This time around, the reason that people are so much more active and vocal is because not only has Adam showed hundreds of messages and receipts and screenshots, 6, 7, 8 other people are coming forward also showing their receipts and their screenshots and their shit. It's not fun. We all hate this. You're not supposed to enjoy this. It sucks for everyone. No one thinks you're having fun. What are you talking about? Nobody gives a shit about your feelings in this moment. My God. Nobody gives a shit about whether you're having fun. Do you think that's what we're here for? So that you have fun? What the fuck? What? The use of fun in this video astounds me.
It doesn't matter that these things aren't true. Everyone just believes that you are the type of person who manipulates and abuses children.
We don't just believe. We look at evidence and come to a conclusion that is logical based on that evidence. Yes, it's an opinion, but it's backed up by something. I'm here starting my series trying to give you the most benefit of the doubt that I can by letting you tell your side of the story first. And so far, 6 minutes in to this 10-minute video, all you have done is spoken very vaguely about mistakes, poor jokes in poor taste. I used to message my fans without noting that they are minor fans that we're talking about, where the problem really lies and what those messages were about, like your divorce and talking to them about their periods and shit. So whose fault is it that you're not having fun right now? Whose fault is it that people are coming forward with all this shit? Who are they in those conversations with? It's you, Colleen. And it's Corey, and it's Trent, and it might be Josh. More information still coming about that. But they're not having conversations with ghosts, Colleen. They're not having conversations with figments of their imagination. They're talking to you. So if you feel like you're not having fun right now, and you're being called all horrendous names, and you just don't know how, people believe that you're the type of person who manipulates and abuses children. Whose fault is that?
So I just wanted to say that the only thing I've ever groomed is my 2 Persian cats. I'm not a groomer. I'm just a loser who didn't understand I shouldn't respond to fans, and I'm not a predator, even though a lot of you think.
I know what we're about to get to. This is the problem. It's not about you responding to fans. and note how you're putting the responsibility on the fans. Well, they reached out to me. What, was I supposed to not respond to them? Underage fans, yeah, don't respond to them. Or as soon as you find out they're underage, stop responding to them. You can have parasocial relationships that don't go this way, that don't go into sexual conversations or conversations about your trauma dumping, about your divorce. You can have parasocial relationships. At this point, parasocial relationships are just kind of a part of life as the internet keeps growing into more and more of the way that people are making their money and promoting their businesses and making their lives on the internet. Parasocial relationships are just kind of part of life at this point. You can have parasocial relationships with other creators and with fans, adult fans that are healthy. It's not about responding to fans. It's about what you proactively said to them, the conversations you started with the weenies, that they didn't ask you to come into their group chat complaining about your divorce, honey. They didn't reach out to you and be like, hey, can you tell me about the size of Josh's man parts? I don't know a good YouTube appropriate word for that. But hello? Let's get real. Whose fault is this? Whose fault is it that you feel this way? My neighbors are being loud, but I'm yelling, so I can't blame them. Literally, all she needed to do is not talk to children like her adult fans, says Mina. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Oh, geez, Louise. Okay. You hear my voice dying? Slowly? I think Colleen this is probably her third or fourth take of this video based on how tired her voice sounds in her singing. And yes, Max, my God, if it's not true, show proof. Let me just add, everyone just believes that you're the type of person who manipulates and abuses children. How many times have I said on my channel in the year and a half-ish that I've been uploading videos, we don't want to believe that you're this way. We don't want this. We want influencers to be who you portray yourself to be. We don't want there to be these mask-off moments where suddenly we discover that you're some kind of a G-worder or inappropriate with mine. We don't want this. If you're not this way, show us. You have not done that. 6.5 minutes of entitled complaining is all you've showed us. So what are we to believe? If you're not going to make any statements, all we have is silence. What fills that gap is the other side of the story. And that's what we'll get to. We're going to give you your time, but we're going to get to the other side of that story, because where you are silent, that's all we have. And I think there's a reason that you're not offering anything in opposition, because you don't have it. But I don't know. That's just me. That's just my opinion. I don't know. Go.
Because 5 years ago, I made a fart joke.
I'm just going to roll that back so we can just get the whole impact of that.
I'm not a predator, even though a lot of you think so. Because 5 years ago, I made a fart joke.
The disingenuous deadpan of that delivery, the actor face that's happening right now on this screen. I was a musical theater major. I know what this is. Let's be real, Let's be real, Colleen. So this is in reference to the story of Becky, who I mentioned in slightly more, I mentioned her a little more specifically before, as well as Adam. What's really interesting to me? It's not about you making a fart joke. It's about the fact that you chose Becky to be the subject of that fart joke. Because when Becky told the story of this on H3, when she was interviewed and described what happened on that stage, there is no reason that you had to choose Becky to be the subject of that fart joke, in your words. Becky was part of a group of 4 people that Colleen Ballinger called onto the stage to do 2 activities, 2 skits in a row. They did 1 skit with all 4 of them. And Colleen had to choose 2 people to keep on stage to do the following skit. For some reason, even though, as Becky has described, when Colleen saw Becky stand up and saw she was wearing something short, she was wearing a romper, Becky was, and Colleen's eyes widened with the recognition of that. Even though Colleen could tell, obviously, after being on stage with Becky for a few minutes, what the limitations of those clothing were, she did not choose to send Becky back into the audience with the, and keep 2 other people who perhaps had pants on to stay on stage and do the quote-unquote yoga challenge, where Becky ended up on stage on her back with Colleen spreading her legs in the air in V formation. Okay. She didn't have to choose Becky. There were 3 other people. Also, even if she had chosen someone who was wearing pants, she didn't have to choose a minor. Also, even if she had chosen an adult, she didn't have to spread somebody's legs in order to do a fart joke. There are so many positions that you can have a human being stand in and play a fart sound effect behind them so the audience will laugh. Why do they need to be laying on their back with their legs spread? Colleen, answer me that. That's more than a fart joke. A person can just be standing up on the stage. They can be in any sort of... there's a lot of other yoga poses. What's the one where you're just laying on your back? That's like a yoga pose, I'm pretty sure. Sun salutation. Tree pose. Those are standing upright. Let me know in the comments and in the chat below other yoga poses where somebody could have not had their private area potentially feel exposed on a stage for the sake of quote unquote a fart joke. It's more than a fart joke, and everybody knows that. Stop condescending. Stop insulting our intelligence. Stop insulting Becky and her story by minimizing what you did, you ass. We see right through it. This is your own fault, the way that you feel. The bitterness and the anger that you're showing here, no one else caused this but you, sweetie. And until you recognize that, you're going to just be angry for the rest of your life. And I don't care. Be mad. Enjoy this. This face you're making here, you're going to make for the rest of your life. Until you're ready to listen. Enjoy it.
So, even though I know this video won't change anyone's mind about me, I still felt it was important to come on here and defend myself a little and take accountability. And I also wanted to say that to anyone out there who has ever supported me in any capacity, I really, really appreciate you. Thank you. For what it's worth, I never had any bad intentions. But I do feel like shit.
Good.
The toxic gossip train, jogging down the tracks of misinformation. Toxic gossip train, you got a one-way ticket to manipulation station. Toxic gossip train, you tied me to the tracks and harassed me for my past. Rumors look like facts when you don't mind the gaps. I won't survive in the crash, but hey, I hope you had some fun.
I'm just checking something on my sound levels. You can hear me, right? Yeah, you can. Okay.
Actually, no.
The schmacting of that fake out, that fake out, turn off the camera. No, I don't think I'm done yet.
I feel like maybe I should let you guys know something.
We're not confused about anything. She had to know. She made this video just to piss people off, is my opinion. I think she must have known this was not going to go over well.
It seems like
anytime you tell someone that they're confused about something, you know that what's coming next can't be good.
maybe you're confused about something. I don't know. Let me try to help. Sometimes people make a mistake and it doesn't make them a horrible person. Whoa. Sometimes people can make a mistake and they're still a good person. Crazy, I know. Sometimes people can make a mistake and you don't have to take that mistake, oh no. And twist it up and grind it and add some lies to it and pulverize it and stab it with knives and ruin a life and oh no.
And whose fault is all of that?
Sometimes people can make a mistake. It doesn't mean you gotta send them hate, oh no. Sometimes people can make a mistake and you can kindly let them know and help them to grow. Sometimes people...
Someone did try to kindly let you know and help you to grow, but you didn't take it as kindly letting you know and helping you to grow. So that's on you.
Make mistakes simply because they made a mistake. And that mistake doesn't make them a terrible human. It just makes them a human.
Here's the thing. In isolation, unrelated to this situation, I don't disagree with what she's saying, but it has no bearing on her and her situation. So this is just irrelevant, what she's talking about here. So.
What do I know? Fuck me, right?
Well, I didn't have to say it. So let's just look back through. Hold on. Hoopsie doopsie doops. Over here. In the sending bit, this is all just opinions, self-victimization, because this isn't literal. We didn't tie anybody to tracks and harass her for her past. We're harassing for stuff, not harassing, first of all. We're asking her to answer for stuff that's happened really relatively recently. Rumors, these aren't really rumors. They're documented events. You won't survive. This is, it's metaphor. It's not statements really that she's making. She appreciates her fans. That's nice. She says she's not a G-worder. She says she made a fart joke. That's a statement. She says it's not fun to have people call you names, obviously, but again, whose fault is that? Yours. Miranda sings has always been PG-13. That's not so. The PG-13 rating was added to her website in 2018. Multiple commentators have talked about that. I will add the evidence to the edited version of this video, but I don't have the screenshot on hand. It's on my phone, which is my camera right now. But it's allegedly, people have screenshots about it. So yeah, there's not a lot of statements here. She doesn't address anything about Trisha Paytas. She doesn't address anything about body shaming, about other than you could call it, under these very vague, have I made jokes in poor taste? Have I made dumb mistakes? So I guess the racism, the body shaming, and the fat phobia, and the ableism, and the homophobia, the jokes in poor taste, I guess. Her and Corey doing that shit. I love, this is my favorite stanza. It's not very fun to have millions of people all over the world call you the most vile, horrendous, disgusting, life-ruining words that a person can be called, in my opinion. I love that she adds the "in my opinion" just to cover her ass legally. Love that. Yeah, so she didn't say much. There's a lot of opinion in here, not facts, after talking about how this was going to be all based on the facts. Or her talking about facts, sorry. There's a lot of speculation from her about the community harassing her and what our motivations are and what our opinions are, and fabricating, what is it, a straw man version of what's happening to her so that she can tear that down, even though that's not what's happening to her. And no acknowledgement of screenshots that exist. She doesn't show any screenshots. She doesn't try to provide her perspective on any of the screenshots that are out there, or videos, or photos, or other documentation of stuff that's happened. She doesn't address anybody individually other than Becky and the fart joke. Because now that I know that what I was hearing her say, Adam made jokes in poor taste, Adam made dumb mistakes, she was actually saying, have I made jokes in poor taste? Have I made dumb mistakes? This is why they told you so much about diction in college, Miranda, because when you pronounce, Colleen, sorry, because when you pronounce your words fully and properly, then people like me can't misunderstand you and misunderstand what you're saying. So theater school, you need to carry those lessons throughout life. Just saying. The only person that she really specifically referred to, now that I know that those were not references to Adam, is Becky. So fuck that, because clearly this was more than just a quote-unquote fart joke, but she's glossing it over. Yeah. But what she is willing to say is not good. like, none of the statements she's making really help her case. If anything, especially now in my series, we're looking at this before we've looked at all of the accusations. We're going to look at all the accusations, and then we're going to come back to this and see with fresher eyes how this measures up. But her non-addressing of the accusations and allegations does not help her in this video. It does not make her look better. It does not make her look more innocent. Not to me, anyway. All right, chat. I'm going to check back in with you guys, because I took longer on that than I expected that I would, to be honest with you. And I haven't checked in with you in a bit. I just don't understand what she was trying to do with this. Yeah. I think this video was... I think she knew that it's over. And I think that this video was... I go back and forth in my head between, like, she's testing the waters to see how people would react to her responding with some sort of an apology. Even though this isn't an apology, but with her telling, quote unquote, like, her side of the story just being, like, her emotions, not really any additional data or any additional conversations that went on or any additional information that help. So I keep going back and forth between, like, maybe she just wanted to test the waters and see how that would go. Or if she knew she was done and she just wanted to tell everyone to fuck off and gave this video as a fuck you to everybody and I'm done now. Because that's what this video did. I think there was no honest way to look at this video and not expect it to do that. You know? That's just me. That's just my thoughts. It's hard to know for sure because it was such a bad idea and it was so poorly received that it's like, yeah, why would you do this? It does not make any logical sense. Thank you to Newsweek for the transcription. Can we full screen you while we read through chat? Oh, you're right. Thank you, LB. Good question. Let me see. Okay. Aha! Yes. Got it. All right. I think we're good. The thing I'm hung up on is, did she actually go against her legal team's advice or was this planned? Because I've heard songs can't be used in court, but I'm doubting that claim. I don't know. I cannot imagine that a legal team would approve this video because while she doesn't say much, what she does say does not help her. It is not good. So, like, I kind of believe her when she says that her team says not to do this, like not to put out this video. But at the same time, she sent the video to people before she published it. She sent it to Trisha Paytas before she published it, which I think is the cringiest thing I've ever heard. When Trisha talked about that in one of her videos, the secondhand embarrassment I felt. I can't describe the shivers down my spine the first time I heard that. So I don't know. LB says, promise she at least sent the statement version to her lawyers. Maybe not the full song, but yeah. So like the script of it, kind of. Yeah, she sent this video to Trisha Paytas before she published it. It's wild. Also, LB is a lawyer. I'm mentioning her comments a bit because I want, she offers a valuable perspective because I'm no lawyer here. She says songs can be used in court. Her attorney might argue that it shouldn't be taken seriously, but yeah. And no one told her no. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Not a Trisha fan, but really felt for her. Yeah, this whole situation with Trisha, which again, we haven't talked about it. We're going to in the future, but Trisha is the person whose explicit photos and videos were sent allegedly by Colleen to minor Adam as a kid, and Johnny at age 20, which we're going to talk about all that coming up. But Trisha's been a friend of Colleen for a long time. At least cordial, at least professional friends, maybe not BFFs, but they related in some ways. Or at least Trisha thought they were friends. And then she had confronted Colleen about what she was hearing about that there were these her media being spread without her knowledge, without her consent, without the consent of the people receiving it, including the minor receiving it. And she confronted Colleen about it, and Colleen vehemently denied it. And said that Adam was the one sending it to Trisha. Or no, sending it to Colleen as a joke, instead of Colleen sending it to Adam as a joke. Allegedly, this is according to Trisha, according to what Trisha has described of their conversation with Colleen. So, and again, that's not even necessarily a good version of events for Colleen, because that means that their relationship was such that if that was true, their relationship was such that Adam would have felt that it was appropriate to send that to his adult friend Colleen. So that's a big red flag that something was happening there. And either way, there was still communication involving explicit images and videos between herself and a minor, still verges on some illegal territory. So, you know, doesn't help. Does not help. Does not help. But yeah, I think that's everybody's kind of consensus is like, we're not in, Trisha's got some very, there's very good reasons for people not to be a fan of Trisha and her morals. But regardless, this is a very, very bad thing to be happening to her, and people feel for her. And because we're complex, multifaceted human beings, we have empathy, and this is a gross thing to go on. So we can put aside some differences to focus on a specific thing and how gross and bad and hurtful it is. Imagine empathy. Feeling someone else's pain. Imagine what that is like. Okay. Oh, somehow I just got back to the beginning of the chat. Whoops. Oh, God. I'm scrolling down, but this is okay because I kind of wanted to check if there were any super chats. Wow. Okay, yes, I saw that one. Wow. My throat is kind of dry. So here's my question, friends and fam. We're at about 2 hours and 40 minutes of this live stream. So that means we spent about 2 hours talking about this video of Colleen's. And I'm going to edit it down into a video and stuff. Should I move on to the Vanity Fair article and make a separate video about it, or put it in together with this in one big video? Separate video or same video? Can you let me know in the chat? because I don't want to overwhelm, but I also don't want to overwhelm the notifications with too much. You know, I don't want to drag this out too long, because I think that's a main reason that people have not been keeping up with this situation. Anytime someone tells me they're not keeping up, it's because they're like, oh, there's too much information, too many videos. I can't sit down and watch all of that. So I want to try to keep my stuff, as much as I ramble. I am a rambler. I know that. I want to try to keep it a little more digestible. But if this is enough to chew on for one meal, you know, then I'll provide another. Yes, same stream. Yes, it'll be same stream. It'll be right now. If you're hanging out, keep hanging out. Yeah, we're going on to Vanity Fair. Okay. Together, same. Hard to say. I like long videos. Vanity Fair separately in a video. Based on how my voice is feeling. Yeah. Wait and see how long they end up being. One prefers separate. This is a marathon. Don't worry about the work. There's barely a difference for me in terms of editing. I think it's important to be able to have the TGT commentary and then be able to tie it to the claims. TGT meaning not Vanity Fair. Mina. Maybe the same video, different stream if your voice is going. Oh, thank you, Ashley. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Yeah, my voice is going, so I might do a separate stream, but yeah, I think I will put it into the same video. So maybe well, no. How about this? How about freaking this? Okay. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let me pull something up, because I actually am realizing now that there's something I had wanted to get to before going through this Colleen video that I forgot to get to. But now after, it might even be a better time to look at it after this Colleen video. Yes.
Can you please come out?
Hush. Hush. It's not time for you yet. Okay. Okay, so I can get rid of that. Okay. Oh, TGT. Thank you, crab legs. Let me get some water. So once upon a time, Colleen Ballinger has a tour that's been happening this year in 2023. Started shortly before Adam was required to start posting videos about this, after Cody Ramps posted their video. And what the hell? What? Nothing changed. Sorry, this is my program. So Miranda's been going on, Colleen/Miranda has been going on this tour in the spring into the beginning of the summer. It did end up being canceled after all these allegations, but it took a while. Took a little longer than it probably should have before the tour got canceled and sponsors started pulling out and etc. Honestly, it was made a little bit worse by the video that we just watched. But what's interesting, something that Adam tweeted, let me share the screen with you about this one. Hush. Hi, Sophia. Why is this my shape? This is what I don't understand. You people are killing me. And by you people, I mean Ecamm Live. Has nothing to do with yous guys. All right. So on June 9th, 2023, at about 7 p.m. my time zone, Adam tweeted this. I never thought I'd ever have the... So this is back in the beginning of this whole thing, within the first week. I never thought I'd ever have the courage to tweet this without being attacked, but here it goes. In the wake of Colleen Ballinger going on tour tomorrow and continuing to ignore backlash, after 2020 when I spoke up against how she groomed me and emotionally abused me, she completely rewrote her Miranda Sings show to being about how you can profit off being canceled. He's saying this, I don't know, but what Adam has always said is that her show has remained the same for years. Her show for 2023 was called Canceled. It had canceled merch that was ordered in advance, I would imagine. So the theme being cancellation, I think, was in place before these accusations started coming out. But regardless, how ironic is it that she made a tour show about being canceled right before she was, in fact, canceled. So after 2020, when I spoke up against how she, etc., she completely rewrote her Miranda Sings show to being about how you can profit off being canceled. So that's what he's saying. Sorry. That for the past couple of years, that's how it's been. And had many sections like this that were to make fun of me and belittle me. It was a joke within her fandom from when she added these sections till now. And I had so many people on social media send me clips from the show making fun of me on a daily basis. And it was so upsetting to see her yet again profit off of me and make fun of me. So this is all a big reference to her 2020 beef with Adam, allegedly. And let's take a look at this, because this is a clip of... You'll see what it is, but I think that it's very interesting to watch alongside having just watched how Colleen responded to a gigantic YouTube scandal about herself being called out, herself needing to apologize, and what she chooses to do in that scenario.
For you on social media. Okay, so actually, Corey and Andrew, can you please come out? There's only one way. Unfortunately, here, Dan, come over here, Dan. Just stand right here, please. Okay, there's only one thing that can save you now. Drop it, Corey. You have to do an apology video. It'll go viral, and then you will become very, very famous. Okay, this is your only chance at saving yourself and not getting canceled. And go.
First of all, blocking note. Corey and Andrew got different blocking notes. One is facing the audience, the other is like this. Someone just, when you do your notes after the show, just tell Andrew to... Anyway. No!
Okay, this is your only chance at saving yourself and not getting canceled. And go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's terrible. You can't actually apologize.
You can't actually apologize. Her advice is...
Oh, that person you saw, that wasn't me. I don't even know who that is anymore.
Harass me with my past, she says in her current video.
I didn't mean to offend anybody. And if you don't forgive me, that's okay. But please buy my merch, something like that.
Thankfully, Thankfully, here in 2023, Colleen did not think to promote her merch in her ukulele song.
Try again.
I'm sorry you were all offended.
No. Okay, that was better. Very good. I'm sorry you were offended. Very gaslighty of you. Okay.
She knows it when she sees it. So certainly she knows it when she does it. One would think. I think.
No, there's something missing. There's something missing. You need to be crying. So come here, come hither, closest to the light. Now,
Didn't pull out the spray bottle for her own video, though. Maybe that was the mistake.
I'm sorry you were all so offended.
no, wait, stop. Can you see the tears from the back?
But of course it's a spray bottle because it needs to be fake tears, you know?
Oh, he's crying. Okay. You can do it now. I made him. He's good. Okay, just.
I'm sorry you were all so offended by my bowel movements.
And of course it's something that he doesn't need to apologize. He said, I'm sorry you were all so offended by my BMs. So obviously that's not something that someone should need to apologize for because it's natural. So of course, Colleen is setting up this idea that somebody is apologizing for something that is dumb to apologize for because it's completely natural and not something they should be taking responsibility or taking fault for. And it's more about the person on the other side getting offended about something silly that they shouldn't be offended about. Yeah.
You should have them too. But I know you don't. Buy my merch.
Good job. Good job. Oh, hi, Rachel. So isn't that interesting to me? Or it is interesting to me, but isn't that interesting? The way that she advises, I guess you could say, fake apologies. Hold on. Let me get myself up where you can see me. I mean, it's, it must be fun for Colleen that she can laugh and joke about these things. It must be fun for Colleen that she doesn't need to go to a therapist about anything that was done to her by fans, even though they need to go to a therapist allegedly about what she did to them. It's cute, funny, jokey, but it does make me see the Choo Choo sing-along non-apology video song a little differently when I know that months before she wrote and recorded and practiced and sang that song for the internet, she had this skit representing how she thinks about YouTube apologies. That usually they're apologizing for something dumb that you shouldn't have to apologize for. As it seems, based on what the apology is based on, it's not a real apology. You don't actually say that you're sorry. You shouldn't. You gaslight, you deflect, and that's how you do it. That's just how you do it. And I mean, looking at Toxic Gossip Train, seems to reflect the same mindset, as far as I'm concerned, you know? And on that note, those are, you know, if you want to consider, I wouldn't consider this video from her show as being a statement from, I keep wanting to say Miranda, any kind of a statement from Colleen about this situation or about apologies or anything, but I think it speaks to something, and it makes me see Toxic Gossip Train differently. But the next and final statement that we have is via her lawyers on Vanity Fair. And I think I am going to get into this now. I think I can do it. Before I do, I just want to show this really quick. Thank you guys who are sticking it out here for the long haul. I know this is a long one, but I think it's good to get all of it together in one chunk. I'm putting myself in Colleen's brain for a second, and honestly, I would completely believe if she thought, my video's not like other videos, it's so much better. I think that's the other option in my head, is like she thought this was like the smartest, this is like the most original, you know, if she's like completely self-absorbed, that option for what, like that version of Colleen being real, is if she's like the most disconnected from reality possibility version of herself, is the version that's like, damn, I got that, I took that ukulele and I made the world sing. Like, this was my comeback. And she was just completely shocked by the response. I hope that that's not the situation, because God help her if that is. But that's a possibility. It's a possibility. Well, I'm going to try to... Can you get... No! Nope. Can you get bigger because you're killing me right now? Hold on. Hold on. I want to adjust this little thing and it won't let me. Fine, whatever. I'm not going to do this on camera with you guys and make you sit through this. Oh. Okay, I fixed it a little bit. Okay. I feel like the ukulele as an instrument choice was premeditated too. It's a relatively easy instrument to pick up. It's associated with sunny, good fun times and beaches, etc. Yeah, it is kind of a lighthearted take, for sure. I don't know if she knows how to play any other instruments, is the other thing, but... Wouldn't be my choice. Would not be my choice. All right. So Vanity Fair tweeted this article on July 19th of 2023 at about 5:30 p.m. my time zone. Since then, as of July 28th at 11:30-ish a.m. when I took this screenshot, I believe it would still look like this now. A community note has been added under this article on Vanity Fair, on Vanity Fair's actual tweet. So what it originally reads here is, Colleen Ballinger's downfall is the product of a particular era of YouTube stardom, where a digital persona is able to cultivate a feverish fandom that's been trained to reverse course with the first spilling of tea. I don't think that's an accurate depiction of YouTube fandoms in general, which immediately makes me think that this article, if the person who wrote the article is the same person who wrote that tweet to go alongside it, it's written by someone who's out of touch with how modern YouTube fandoms work, in my opinion. But the title is How the Miranda Sings / Colleen Ballinger Scandal Went Off the Rails. Train jokes. Everything you need to know about the drama that's tearing YouTube apart. And as everybody else has already said, I really don't think it's tearing YouTube apart. I think that everybody's pretty unified that Colleen fucked up here and needs to take accountability for that and be held accountable in a real way. But what's interesting now, the community note. It says readers added context they thought people might want to know, according to Twitter /X. Colleen Ballinger's inappropriate sexual and offensive behavior is in her content and live shows. Adam McIntyre's claims have been verified by witnesses. Other people have come forward with their experiences with her. This evidence intensified because of her response song. And it links to another article by Vulture. So if Twitter is putting a warning on your tweet that the article you tweeted is that out of touch with the reality of the situation, that's really not a good sign. That is not a good sign. And I'm just going to check real quick and see if this is still linked on Vanity Fair's Twitter. Yep, goddamn. Five minutes ago, Malala. I love Malala. Hold on, I'm going to scroll, guys. Hold on. Let me get, so you don't have to sit and watch me scroll. I don't want to make anybody dizzy. They post a lot of articles every day. Holy God. Oh my God. They look like a content farm posting this much. No wonder it's not a good article. If these people are not like actually up to speed. Because a lot of times, like, quickly producing a lot of content means that you're taking very shallow dives into the information and you're not necessarily using a bunch of reliable sources and really deeply researching what you're writing about. I'm still scrolling and I have not gotten to July 19th yet. July 20th, 20th, 20th. 20th, 20th, 20th. Oh my God, July 20th, 20th. There's so many on the 20th. 19, there we go, July 19. Barbie movie, okay, 20th, 19th. There it is. All right, we made it, folks. Thank you so much for those of you who are still with me, by the way. I so appreciate your time. Give the stream a like. Let people know that we're still hanging out. I appreciate you. I really do. It's nice to hang out with y'all. Yeah, it is still here. Do I find this helpful? Yes, I do. Oh, rate the note. Is the note helpful? Yes. It's about cites high quality sources, easy to understand, directly addresses the tweet's claim, it provides important context. I don't know if it's neutral or unbiased. I don't need to describe that. Okay. So that's still up. All right, so as you can see, when you click on this article, I didn't realize that people pay for Vanity Fair articles, like a yearly membership. So I wanted to leave this here so you all can see the gift we all receive of the one free read of a Vanity Fair article. I'm not paying Vanity Fair to read this shit, is what I'm saying, really. But how interesting that people have to pay to read this article that essentially comes out to potentially being slander. Spoiler alert, it's not good. But I'm not going to pay for that. I just wanted to leave that there so you guys could see it. But allegedly, it could be slanderous. Can I send the link in the chat? Yes. Yes, I can. Thank you, Sammy's Miranda. It's also in the description of the video. Or the link to the tweet. So, oh my God. The link to the tweet I just put, and that will, if you want to go rate the comment as being helpful, I think that helps. All right, so let's read about how the Miranda Sings / Colleen Ballinger scandal went off the rails. Everything you need to know about the drama tearing YouTube apart. Everything you need to know. Interesting choice of words. So again, we're looking for statements that are being made and places where Colleen is being silent. Definitely in this article, Colleen personally is being silent because her lawyers are the ones who spoke in this piece, not herself directly. She spoke directly in Toxic Gossip Train, and indirectly her general feelings about apology videos were put on display in that skit from her touring show. But this, which was published July 19th as opposed to High, was published on June 28th. I wonder why the person responding to this article was not Colleen personally, but was her lawyers. Anyway, there's our gal. Colleen Ballinger has been a YouTube star for more than a decade. Hold on. Let me scoot my little box over here. Make this a little less ad full. There we go. Hey, there you go. Not getting free advertising on my video. Thank you. Colleen Ballinger has been a YouTube star for more than a decade, amassing tens of millions of followers, many of whom found her when they were teenagers or even younger. Thank you. Yes. Love it when people accidentally, point out what we're pointing out. Okay. They fell hard for her potty comedy and specifically her fictional alter ego, Miranda Sings, a talentless adolescent who delusionally believes she can sing despite the fact that she's always off key. The persona resonated with outcast kids who found her desperate desire for fame to be oh so accurately cringe. 'Cause I'm in touch with the teens. This is what the teens say. Cringe and such, accurate, Anyway, Such success earned Ballinger a Netflix series, sold-out live shows, and most recently, rapidly intensifying controversy. Edgy. Hot take. I'm just going to scoot this in so you guys can see it a little better. This is so weird. Okay. Late last month, Rolling Stone published a story alleging that Ballinger had engaged in, quote, inappropriate behavior, unquote, with underage fans. So Rolling Stone did not, break this story, though. This came out July 19th. Late last month would have been late June. This story was being talked about on YouTube. Massive conversation since early June, like June 3rd was when Cody Rants published their video. And the next day, I believe, is when Adam needed to respond. So we're just ignoring the entire YouTube conversation. Gotcha. The magazine verified screenshots of texts in which Ballinger asked a minor about their virginity status and their favorite sexual position. She also asked them to send pictures of their body. Verified? Those messages? Okay, what else is there to talk about? What else is there to talk about? Okay. So we're just starting right out the gate with the worst stuff. However inappropriate her alleged behavior was, well, is it alleged or is it verified? The article clarified that no sexual crime had been committed and that no evidence in review even hinted at the possibility that Ballinger had intended to start a sexual relationship with a child. First of all, other than the verified screenshots of texts in which Ballinger asked a minor about their virginity status and asked them to send pictures of their body. That's at least a hint. Not that I think that Colleen necessarily did, but I would call that a hint that, an objective person who didn't necessarily know much about Colleen Ballinger and what she does and who she is might have looked at that and said, oh, that's a hint that she kind of wants something else, Let's not be overbroad here. Author Andrew, is it? Yeah. Andy Q over here. But secondly, and most importantly of all, nobody said, and again, everybody else has made this point, but I'll say it again in case I'm somebody's main source. I know that there are a few people for whom I'm their main source of information on this stuff. Nobody has said that Ballinger intended to start a sexual relationship with a child. Nobody has accused her of that. Nobody has alleged that against her. None of her victims, alleged victims, have suggested this. It's not a conversation. It's not on the table. So this is another straw man. This is another, just what she was doing in Toxic Gossip Train, building up this fake thing that's not actually happening so that you can contradict it and prove it wrong or tear it down or whatever. Waste of time. Ballinger did not respond to Rolling Stone's multiple requests for comment. As I mentioned, she only commented to the Vanity Fair article, and really her lawyers did. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to open my window. It's hot in here. It's getting hot. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Talk amongst yourselves. The cord isn't going to reach the thing. Are you kidding? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. All right, that's the stuff. Ooh, could you relax? Okay. All right. Oh, okay. All right, I got some airflow in here, I think. Oh, the curtain's in the way. Wait. Oh. I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold on. Ah! That's probably fine. I have a very messy setup. I'm still figuring out this setup. Okay. Okay. Just need some airflow. Just gonna scoot forward. The fan sound, there's gonna be a fan sound now, but it's a lot less loud than my AC sound would be, so you're welcome. Okay. To those steeped in the world of YouTube fandom, a chaotic, shape-shifting minefield where allegiances are fortified and swapped by the hour, so clearly a world that does not exist and that this person is not familiar with the real world of YouTube fandoms, because that's not how any of this works. Many of these claims were not new. Ballinger had even already responded to some of them, in parentheses, on YouTube, of course. Rolling Stone's piece was tame, legally sound, one could argue, compared to the language and rumors that had been flying around her for years. Again, rumors implies that there's no information to back up what was being said. When there is a live stream that supports what at least Adam was saying, if somebody wants to watch the whole thing or watch the clips that Adam put into his video from 2020, rumors is a choice word. Yet its publication preceded starker allegations against Ballinger getting similarly ushered into the mainstream press. A few days after the Rolling Stone piece went live, HuffPost published its own investigative report. Quote, her fans say she groomed them as teens. In the ensuing weeks, Ballinger would be accused of everything from performing a Beyoncé song in blackface, as Miranda sings, to texting a sex worker's nude photos to a minor. In parentheses, Ballinger's legal team has denied that she performed in blackface, saying she was wearing green face paint for a prior cover of a song from Wicked. So here's a statement from Ballinger's legal team. Again, interesting that she chooses to comment on the blackface performance, allegedly, but not the allegation of texting a sex worker's nude photo to a minor. Silence speaks volumes. Very interesting. Her Sings tour has since been canceled. Her career abruptly stalled. Good. You've already, up to this point in the article, I have no reason to feel bad for Colleen. You've already said that there's verified screenshots about her asking a minor about virginity, sexual positions, and pictures of their body. What, do you want me to feel sad? This is the same question I had about the James Charles article. What, do you want me to feel bad that unnatural consequences is occurring? When reached for comment, Ballinger's lawyer replied in an email that VF's inquiries were, quote, simply a regurgitation of the baseless and unsubstantiated claims that other media outlets and individuals on social media have reported previously. So this is from the lawyer. This statement that claims are baseless and unsubstantiated, and that the claims are made by media outlets and individuals on social media, Oh, Jupiter is reaching into this room. And I think that, first of all, I think this is foreshadowing of whatever legal action, because, listen, Adam keeps alluding, not very subtly, to the idea that some legal things are happening behind the scenes. He's talked about lawyers pretty clearly on his channel a lot, and this legal team that Colleen has is a defense team. It's a criminal defense team, which is usually the only time you hire that type of lawyer is when you think you're going to be charged with a crime. And by the way, we'll talk eventually about who this legal team has represented. They're very shady characters. One of them is Danny Masterson, who I streamed about earlier in the spring when he was on trial and eventually was convicted of essaying multiple women. He was convicted of essaying 2 out of the 3 that he was being tried for. And there were stories of at least, I believe, 7 other women who were not included in that case, but who had alleged that he had some sort of non-consensual sexual interaction with them. According to them, their allegations. So, just saying, first of all, the company you keep, sir, but secondly, you lost recently in a big way. So I don't know why Colleen is hiring a losing lawyer for this type of thing, you know? The only thing that I can think is that they're going to say that all of the many screenshots that exist are manipulated or faked. That's the only thing I can think. But what I'll also say is that Adam, in his video, My Relationship with Colleen Ballinger, did not just flash up a bunch of screenshots. He showed his Instagram account and he scrolled through the account. So you can see it's real. It's not Photoshopped screenshots that he took and, took out. Could you? The audacity. Anyways. It's not like he took all these screen grabs and photoshopped them. He was scrolling through his actual account. So, they've got a lot of explaining to do, is all I'm going to say in that regard. Like the stream. Even share it if you like. I don't know. The reality of some of these claims, and in turn the broader narrative around Ballinger, remains murky. Various allegations remain unverified, left to endlessly circulate as they fall under that ever-expanding umbrella of inappropriate behavior. Ever-expanding umbrella of inappropriate behavior. I'm sorry, when has it ever been appropriate to send photos of nudes, to send nudes to a minor? Or to ask a minor about their favorite sexual position? When has that ever been appropriate? Andrew, do you have something you'd like to tell the class? Do you have something you need to share? I don't know, but if this is new for you, the idea that this would be inappropriate, it does make me wonder. In a sense, this is a familiar story for the social media age. No. But Ballinger's downfall is unique. Yes, she brought it on herself. Oh no, sorry. She brought teens into an adult world and made it feel like it was theirs. Ew. Then saw those fans turn against her. So she's the victim of ungrateful teenage fans who didn't appreciate her for bringing them into the adult world while they were still minors. is the picture you're painting. That's the story we're going with. She's a victim of teens growing up and realizing she did them wrong. So you are actually on our side? Is that what I'm reading? You gotta be clear here, Andy. Okay. It's the product of a particular era of YouTube stardom, of a digital persona able to cultivate a feverish and savvy fandom that's been trained to reverse course and maybe seek payback with the first spilling of tea. See, this is what I mean. I don't think you know how fandoms work. I don't think you know how parasocial relationships work. This is not... The reason that James Charles still exists on this platform is because he has enough die-hard stans to support him and still give him hundreds of thousands, even millions of views, even though based on all the evidence that I've shown and all my past content about him, in my opinion, he seems to be a goddamn predator. And yet, the dedication of those stans and fans exists. That's a fandom, Andrew. The people who watch casually are the ones who turn away. But isn't it interesting that those diehard fans are the ones who are turning on Colleen? The ones who should be standing by her despite everything are the ones that she hurt the most, and the ones who feel the need to step forward to protect other people from going through the same thing. I think that you and Colleen both don't get how fandoms are supposed to work. Because those diehard fans are the ones that Colleen mistreated the most, allegedly. Like, I don't think you're as in touch as you think you are. And seeking payback, when someone has committed a crime against you, we call that justice. We call that the justice system. We call that accountability. So, yeah, I mean, are you in favor of, like, criminals going to jail and stuff like that? Because that's kind of the payback that we're talking about here, so I don't know. You could be forgiven if you were one of the millions who, back in the summer of 2020, allayed some COVID anxiety by diving into the YouTube drama unfolding between Ballinger and her former fan, Adam McIntyre, then a 17-year-old. Former fan, but also, as he described it, former unpaid worker for multiple years. Ballinger was his idol. Her merch could be seen all over the Irish teenager's bedroom, where he recorded his own videos. This is the one sentence that, after a lot of backlash, Andrew came back to fix, because it used to say, like, the teenager from Brighton, which is where Adam lives now, but he grew up in Northern Ireland. So, interesting, again, the silence on Andrew's part and what he chooses to rectify or not within his own article. Also, fascinating that this article is still up on Vanity Fair. I am shocked. He was an aspiring influencer himself, making sweet, low-stakes YouTube content about his life. On June 22nd, 2020, McIntyre posted a video to his channel titled Colleen Ballinger Stop Lying, and it links to it. I need it. In it, McIntyre told several seemingly unrelated stories. Not at all. Not if you've watched the video. One recounted the time Ballinger sent him lingerie in the mail, to his mother's horror. One would think that that would also be to any adult reader's horror, as it was at the time to the horror of adults who watched Adam's video. But not to you for some reason, it seems. And he puts in parentheses, the lingerie was new and unworn, and Ballinger has since apologized for sending it. Kinda. She kinda did. She just said that it was stupid that she sent it. Another was intended to debunk the rumor that he was secretly behind some anti-Miranda sings social media accounts that Ballinger had gotten wind of. A third concerned the fallout of a tweet that Ballinger allowed McIntyre to post, as Miranda sings, from the character's Twitter account that led to him never posting on her behalf again. He'd been considered her social media intern, he said, with hopes of being employed by her one day in that capacity. In parentheses, Ballinger says he only had access to her account for one day, and that if all went well, she planned to hire him formally. As we all know, this is only a small slice of the story, because, according to Adam, he had been giving Colleen ideas and content and inspiration, tweets, videos, video ideas, not entire videos, because she had to film them herself, but he had been giving her a lot of work for years. This was not a brand new thing that all of a sudden, for one day, she just randomly decided, you, come over here, write a tweet about Miranda, okay, and I'll publish it. There was a relationship there that she capitalized on, allegedly. The tweet in question was seized upon as queerbaiting by Miranda's fandom. She, quote, came out as a Meghan Trainor fan and led to intense backlash. It was not based on how Adam described it in one of his videos in 2023. It was not intense backlash. It was like a few people on the Colleen account said something. There was nothing on the Miranda account from what Adam saw. Colleen kept coming to him and saying, oh my God, it's all that anybody's talking about on the Colleen accounts. Adam only had access to the Miranda account, so I guess he couldn't really check, but it didn't really seem like Miranda's fans and Miranda's followers were really upset about it. So I think that this could be a matter of interpretation, is what I'm saying. It might sound strange to hear that Ballinger had put a fan in charge of her character's Twitter to begin with. Yes. But that access went in line with her public image. Ballinger was closely aligned with her most devoted, quote, or parentheses, young viewers. Interesting that he puts that qualifier in there, isn't it? It's important to note that they're young, isn't it, Adam, or Andrew? Isn't interesting that you go out of your way to note that they are young, Andrew? For her to remove that access, as McIntyre experienced, felt painful. McIntyre felt that Ballinger was guilting him, selfishly preoccupied with her reputation rather than his feelings. And isn't that exactly what we saw in Toxic Gossip Train? All she could talk about was her reputation. All everybody else was talking about was her alleged victim's feelings. So yeah, I understand. I understand why McIntyre felt that Ballinger was guilting him and was selfishly preoccupied with her reputation rather than his feelings. That's kind of what seems to be happening here too in 2023. After the backlash, she apologized for the tweet. Later, she denied ever blaming McIntyre and said she should have reviewed his tweets more carefully, because 4 times going over it was not enough, allegedly. Then came the YouTube response to McIntyre's YouTube accusation, a classic back and forth. Unfortunately, and that's not exactly what this was, If the names James Charles and Tati Westbrook mean anything to you, you get the idea. No. That is not a comparable situation to this one. It's simply not. It is not. Ballinger, 33 at the time of her response to a teenager, weirdly worded, a teenager, Adam McIntyre. Yes, isn't it important to note that he was 17, he was a minor? She posted a classic apology vlog. It was not a vlog. This is what I mean. Are you in touch? Are you like the cool young new writer at Vanity Fair who's in touch with YouTube culture, Andrew? Because I've heard that you're 23, you're fresh out of college. This is your first big article for a big publication like Vanity Fair. And you're going to tell me that video addressing everything was a vlog? Honey. In my opinion, I don't think that you're as in touch with the YouTube culture. I'm barely in touch with YouTube culture. And I know what a vlog is and is not. Jeez. She revealed screenshots of Instagram DMs she'd sent to McIntyre and one that McIntyre's mother had purportedly sent to her. Interestingly enough, her screenshots did not reveal the message that Adam sent before the DMs she sent to McIntyre, and then the one that Adam's mom sent responding to those from Colleen. Which seemed to be Ballinger's way of assuring viewers what really, quote, happened, a strategy not unlike McIntyre's. Except that what's unlike Adam is that Colleen didn't include all the context. Adam's not afraid to show us everything because he has nothing to hide. There's a lot that Colleen is not talking about in this situation. In a DM, she accuses him of going, quote, too far, supposedly in response, because we can't see what he said. So supposedly this is in response to Adam asking her to imagine her newborn son being taken advantage of in the same way he felt he had been. We don't know, because we can't see the message in Colleen's video, which I think is what this is referring to. Hard to tell, because this is a poorly written article. Whatever. In a DM, I already read that sentence. She also elaborated upon the lingerie incident. During a live stream giveaway with her fans, Ballinger explained McIntyre had asked for the article of clothing. According to her, he'd even sent photos of himself jokingly posing in the underwear to group chats that included Ballinger and her most noted fans. So if that's all we're saying about the lingerie incident, then we're leaving out the fact that Corey DeSoto and Colleen Ballinger were the ones to suggest, do you want the bra and panties, Adam? To which eventually he responded yes. And we're not bringing up that Adam has recently talked about this before the publication of the Rolling Stone article that you think is the beginning of this story. We're not going to talk about the fact that Adam has also talked about the fact that Corey asked Adam to send him a photo of him wearing the bra and panties over his clothes the way that Corey had during the live stream. So we're not going to talk about that. This is all we're going to say about the lingerie incident, as you call it. This is such journalism, Andrew. I hope your college professors see this work and fix whatever they teach in their program. Ballinger painted a seemingly accurate portrait of the Miranda Sings community, a silly place for kids like McIntyre to belong to, looking up to an increasingly famous and powerful public figure. Thank you for mentioning her fame, and power. The power that goes along with fame. Again, every now and then he makes a statement that kind of proves the points that we're making. It's fun. You just got to weed them out. I'm not a monster, I'm not a groomer, and I do not deserve to die, Ballinger said in the video in 2020. This is what I was talking about before, alluding to the possibility that she'd received death threats. Sammy's Random asks, wait, does the article mention Corey at all? I don't remember, but I don't think so. And I think that that's shocking. And I think it's also shocking how many commentators in general are not talking about Corey. Corey is by Colleen's side in just about everything that happens in this whole thing. That's a main point that I want to make in my series. Corey is on stage with Colleen when she / Miranda is doing all this shit. Corey is sitting right next to her during this live stream where they're suggesting giving away this lingerie to Adam or any other teenager, anybody watching this stream. Corey is right next to Miranda. Corey is right next to Colleen, joking with her about Trisha Paytas when Colleen says that she saw a whale and she's not talking about Trisha Paytas. Okay? And Corey, independently of Colleen, is the one who allegedly, according to Adam, asked Adam to send a picture of himself wearing the bra and underwear like he did on the stream. So, Corey has a lot of agency here. He has a lot of influence here. And I would like to know a lot about his involvement right before Colleen posted the Toxic Gossip Train video. Corey, who had been silent since deleting all of his socials as soon as this drama started at the beginning of June of 2023, he finally reemerged on Snapchat to post a black square that just said, "The truth will set you free." That was on June 27th. The next day, Colleen posted this video. Try to tell me that Corey was not involved in the creation of Toxic Gossip Train. Try to tell me that Corey did not approve of that song being published, did not approve of that video being published, did not help her rehearse it, help her stage all of the little pauses and all of the turning off the camera. I'm not turning off the camera. I have more to say. Tell me that Corey was not part of this just as much as Colleen. We need to talk more about Corey. We need to ask more questions about Corey DeSoto. Just like I did not leave Anthony out of the Creepshow art video, you'd better believe I am not leaving Corey out of my series about Colleen. He just hasn't said anything. So that's why I don't have statements to talk about in this video. His side of the story is not out there, so I don't really have anything to talk about in that regard. But I'll be talking about everybody else's side of the story in relation to him. Don't you worry. Maybe eventually he will have something to say, and I'll include that. Whatever it is. If that time comes, we'll see. Yeah, thank you, Eve. Also, the name of Corey's group chat with fans pretty much assures us that he was just as inappropriate with fans. Yeah. Corey's KLIT. You gonna tell me that was a cute, pure, wholesome group chat? This live stream is long enough. I've got a lot of editing ahead of me, but we're not leaving Corey out of this. Anyway, public opinion, or at least YouTube fandom, swayed back toward Ballinger, though the pendulum would swing back and forth for years. It really didn't. Because no information was added to the situation until 2023. So there was 3 years of, at least for me, a question mark over this whole thing of like, I definitely don't like that Colleen sent underwear to a kid. And I feel like there's more information here. Like, I feel like I need more information to know what really happened here. But that was bad. So I'm not interacting with Colleen's socials. Okay. McIntyre established a new YouTube identity as Ballinger's whistleblower. First of all, false. He became a drama commentary creator on all sorts of topics. He has addressed that a lot. But secondly, a whistleblower is a good thing, usually, right? A whistleblower is usually a positive thing. It's somebody who's raising awareness about corruption within a system, a company, a government. So you're calling him something good without meaning to. I love this guy, Andrew. My God. So fun. Frequently posting new videos and racking up hundreds of thousands of views by commenting on the hypocrisy of her every move. Let me see what this links to.
Hi, muckers!
Oh, right. It's one video from a long time ago. Because look at how young Adam looks. July 23rd, 2021. So about a year after this whole thing. And what's it talking about? About pregnancy. I thought it was going to be like a playlist. Okay. Meanwhile, Ballinger continued to work on a YouTube channel that was far from her Miranda sings cat. Meanwhile, Ballinger continued to work on a YouTube channel that was far from her Miranda sings satire. Colleen Vlogs offered wholesome lifestyle content about her kids, and it was the only place she ever posted apology videos when she had dramas in 2020 and 2023, instead of her main channels where people followed her and cared about her. McIntyre appeared to seize on this, accusing Ballinger's brother's family, quote, the Ballinger family, quote, who have a family-oriented channel, aka a family vlogging channel, which I have talked about on this channel. Look at my video about Shane Dawson and Sherry Frankie 2 videos back, or 2 or 3 videos back, of endangering and exploiting their children online. That is part of family vlogging. See, I feel like this person is just out of touch with the conversation of the ethics of YouTube and YouTube community and YouTube quote-unquote fandom. This is not the most well-informed person to be writing this article. How creepy that I feel I watched them grow up, he said. It's disgusting. His critique gave way to a denunciation of family channels more broadly, which is fair criticism. But you're not gonna talk about. Why did you bring that up? I don't understand. What's the point you're making? What, that Adam's being super nitpicky? Is that what you think? Like, is that what you're trying to paint? Okay. For years, this drama was very insular, and it probably should have stayed that way. No. But on June 7, my birthday, McIntyre posted an anti-Ballinger video, as he does every so often. So the video on June 7th, so the video on June 7th, my birthday, was the second video that he posted about Colleen. The first one came on June 4th, after Cody's video that came on June 3rd. So we're just way out of touch with the timeline of what actually happened here. Fun for you. This one was titled, My Relationship with Colleen Ballinger. He had new details, he claimed, describing staying up with her back when they were close and listening to her talk about her divorce. Listening to her talk about her divorce is a weird way of saying that he described Colleen Ballinger trauma dumping about her divorce into a group chat called the Weenies, which was himself and 22 other fans, as well as Colleen and her sister. They weren't having private conversations about her divorce. That's not the point that Adam was making. He was talking about her trauma. So you're just not processing the information very well. I think must be what's going on. Okay. According to McIntyre, she embroiled him in a hateful campaign against her ex-husband. Then he came to a realization that shocked YouTube. This woman used me. This woman G-worded me. Yeah, that was shocking. This line set in motion yet another stream of blowback against Ballinger, but this time the word G-wording captured the attention of the mainstream press as well. The substance of Ballinger's alleged G-wording has not gone beyond what McIntyre has described in his videos, or what a few other fans alleged thereafter. So alleged victims have come forward and told their stories, is what you're saying. That's the substance of the allegations. People describing what she did. What are you saying? It has not been interrogated by media outlets reporting on the controversy either. HuffPost's published allegations of, quote, G-wording, quote, flexibly employ the term in a fashion not unlike how it's weaponized in right words against LGBTQ plus people. So we're making a bad comparison. I'm not touching on it because I'm not in the community, but members of the community have some words to say about what he's saying here. The described behavior does not approach the sexual exploitation or abuse that the actual definition of grooming indicates. That's not true, because the definition of G-wording applies to more than just in-person sexual contact, and it does not have to do with anything sexual at all. G-wording has to do with manipulation to achieve a certain result. I'll show on screen the definition that most people have been using. Are there other definitions as the term applies to sexual relationships with minors and with other disenfranchised people? Sure. But there's sexual grooming as well as just grooming in general. It does not have to be sexual, or it does not have to be in-person physical contact sexual either. Okay? And I think that he's going to get to... Oh, he doesn't even get to the definition? He doesn't even define it? Tell me that he does later. So you're going to talk about the definition of G-wording without actually defining it. So you're just going to hope that your audience knows what the definition is off the top of their head? What? Okay. Also, just moving back a bit. The allegations have been interrogated by media outlets because they asked Colleen to comment on everybody's allegations. She just chose not to. And or her legal team chose not to. Them choosing not to respond and make a comment does not mean that the outlets did not try to get her opinion and her perspective and her side of the story. Also, you just said at the beginning of this that Rolling Stone published verified screenshots. Where is it? Rolling Stone verified screenshots of texts in which Ballinger asked a minor about their virginity status and their favorite sexual position. She also asked them to send pictures of their bodies. So that was verified. Is that not, in your opinion, part of G-wording? Could that not be seen as sexual exploitation or abuse? People are telling me to click the link. New York Times. Thank you. Bitches. No! Oh, I just saw it for a second. In the recording, I'm going to go back and I'm going to freeze frame it right where it just briefly flashed the definition, and we'll talk about it. I can't now because unfortunately it's behind a paywall. Certainly there must be another definition that you could have linked to, Andy. The New York Times is actually a publication that I feel deserves the payment to support, but interesting. Very interesting that that's the definition we choose, the one that has a barrier to read. The perception of Ballinger as a G-worder nonetheless snowballed. Nonetheless, because there's evidence? Allegedly? Ballinger eventually decided to, what else? Post another video on YouTube. She took out her ukulele to awkwardly sing through her defense, as we just described, implying the internet seized upon allegations that she's a groomer for entertainment. Because, of course, we're all just so bored here on the internet, scrambling around about Illuminati being awful, and we were running out of that topic. And instead of, God forbid, we have some peace and quiet for once on the internet, we just made up all this shit about Colleen, obviously, because we were just fucking bored. We decided, who else is the next predator that we can come up? I know! Somebody completely irrelevant that nobody's talked about for years. Colleen Ballinger. The only thing that people have talked about with Colleen recently is potential misconduct and misappropriation of funds that she raised to pretend to help kids with cancer, but maybe she was getting a tax write-off. I don't know. Well, let's write about something else that's fake instead of that, which was juicy fodder for a story. That's what we all did, allegedly. Right. She said she wanted her fans to be her friends. That's not exactly what she said, so I hope that you're at least listening to the side of the story that you're perpetuating here. That's not exactly what she said. I'm not a groomer, she said. I'm just a loser. I'm not a groomer, she's saying. Just a loser. Okay? The apology was roundly mocked, especially on YouTube, where parodies have already gotten millions of views. Soon, an old video of Miranda sings performing single ladies in dark green makeup was unearthed by former fans. To find it, you needed to have a copy of her book with a QR code linking to it. So let's pause. The video was unearthed by Paige Christie, who is not a former fan. She's a commentator here on the good old YouTube that you claim to know about. Also, the fact that she had her book meant that she was doing research on the subjects that she was actively reporting on and making videos about at the time. Also, I think specifically she was remarking on the fact that there are several QR codes in Miranda's book, most of them linked to videos that were now privated, but for some reason, this single ladies video was still up, was not privated, and in that video, it showed Colleen and a group dancing to single ladies, and she had dark makeup on her face, regardless of the color. Out of context, the way that it is presented in the book, it sure fucking looked like it could have been blackface. Because there was no context provided that, according to her lawyer, the statement about the use of the makeup, we're not talking about, this was earlier up, that it was the green makeup, whatever. The book did not have the context about, I just performed a song from Wicked, so I needed to put green paint on my face, and I still had it on during this section. It just showed her dancing to single ladies with dark paint on her face. What are you supposed to think when you see that? What are you supposed to think that she's trying to do? I think Paige made a reasonable conclusion off of that, to be honest with you. And also, I'll say, if you're in a concert where you're doing multiple back-to-back songs, you do not need to put green makeup on your face for just one song, because obviously it's going to be a problem for all the rest of the songs that you have afterward. If you can't foresee that, you shouldn't be in this business. But also, I think she did foresee that, because it's obvious that the paint was still going to be on her face. Either it's not a good look and she just dealt with it for some unknown reason, or she knew how it was going to look. Adam has talked about, he believes that she knew exactly how it was going to look, like blackface, or like some version of something face, and that she did that on purpose. Adam believes. I don't know. But Adam knows Colleen way the fuck better than I do, way the fuck better than he should. So, I trust his opinion. My God. Her lawyer sent out a statement. Okay, anyway, sorry. To find it, you needed to have a copy of her book with a QR code linking in it. Who said it looked like she'd performed in blackface? As I finally finish the sentence. Her lawyer sent out a statement explaining the use of the makeup. Headlines were changed, though corrections were not issued. I'm not even going to click on that. McIntyre and another former fan have also alleged that Ballinger sent them nude photos from a sex worker, posting unverified, if troubling, text messages as proof. What verification do you need? What verification is there? They have to... This is the thing. The verification would have to be asking Colleen, did you send these? Behind the scenes, as of now, Monday, July 31st, according to Trisha Paytas, Colleen has admitted to sending those texts to Adam because she apologized to Trisha for doing so. So at the time of this article, on the 19th, that was not verified from Colleen, but since then, Trisha has said so to Adam, and then Adam shared that publicly. This article is not updated with that information, that important information, of course. So yeah, these texts are troubling. And I'm not sure what verification you would expect. But again, the only defense would be like, oh, these screenshots are fake. Like, they're there. They're there. The images of Trisha exist. Johnny had them in his phone, so he posted them. How else was he? Unless you just think that all of it is fake. But you can't think that about everything, because like I said, Adam sat there in his video on June 7th and scrolled through his account Those were not screenshots that he tampered with. Racially insensitive comic performances she performed as Miranda sings, that Ballinger later apologized for, have roared back on social media. Consequences. All of this is being filtered into the current YouTube content machine, wrongdoing exposed with a relentlessness that could rival the anti-Amber Heard brigade. Don't bring Amber Heard into this. It is not the same. Do not go there. After Ballinger posted her ukulele video, McIntyre posted a reaction on Twitch and on YouTube. He was incredulous that Ballinger hadn't apologized to him in private, a reminder perhaps that their relationship had reached a turning point years earlier when he sent out a tweet that briefly got Miranda Sings canceled. Oh yeah, briefly canceled, thank you for pointing out how brief her cancellation was. And the reason that Adam was incredulous was because, first of all, the video was not an apology, and secondly, Adam had specifically requested for an apology from Colleen, publicly and in private. That was all that she needed to do, and he would stop talking about this. And instead she comes out with this video that we just watched. Toxic gossip train, the deflection, the purposeful misrepresentation of what the conversation even is, allegedly, the bad takes all around. And most importantly, the prioritization of her reputation over the actual feelings and impacts of her actions upon Adam, Becky, Johnny, Ella, Alex, Oliver, and many other people who have come forward. That I don't even, those are the main 6. There are others. Back then, meaning in 2020, a teenage McIntyre perhaps hoped for sympathy, another chance, a way back into the Ballinger fold. No, he never said he wanted that. The internet is generally too cruel for that. Its judgment's too swift. The internet had nothing to do with why Adam left the Colleen fandom. It had to do with Colleen. Colleen cut off contact with Adam. When he messed up, in her opinion, even though he just did what she had approved, she gave him the cold shoulder, stopped talking to him for weeks. And then when he came back confronting her with the rumors he had heard her spreading about him, she accused him of something he did not say, and then she stopped talking to him. All of that happened in a short time period when he was 17. She has never even spoken to him as an adult. That has nothing to do with the internet. That is just, again, Colleen. This is Colleen's actions. This is Colleen's fault, allegedly, based on evidence that has been shown, But the only person that Colleen has to blame for all of this is herself. She's doing these things. These are the natural consequences of the purposeful actions, proactive actions she's taking. These things are not just happening to her. She's doing stuff. And this is resulting from it. I truly, what the heck, man? The internet is the internet is generally too cruel for that. Its judgment's too swift. But one can look at the devolution of Miranda Sings. But one can look at the de-evolution of the Miranda Sings empire and see that the longer it drags out, the harder it is to pin down the exact truth. Only if this is the only article that people read. Any other article is much better informed than this one. So it's really not hard to pin down. She was inappropriate with minors. That's the TLDR version. And this article also states that. So what's hard to pin down here? It's not hard to pin down for me. I don't know why it's hard for you, Andrew. Justifiable outrage turns into silly memes and headlines and videos. What is that sentence? If there's one thing the saga of Colleen Ballinger and her fans has taught us, it's that today's YouTube winner is tomorrow's loser. Yeah, another article ending with just like, what? How is that the end of this article? The story has been updated once to clarify where Adam is from. That's the moral of this story for you, Andrew? Okay, hon. All right. So yeah, there's really not a lot of statements here about Colleen, other than just he kind of rehashes Adam's video, Colleen's video, and then there's a couple of additional statements from the lawyers. And in general, everything seems to come from a point of view of not even necessarily defending Colleen as much as muddying the waters, trying to make it so that you feel like you can't tell what's going on. But honestly, I don't even think that that's what's happening here. Again, they admit right at the beginning, they start out with the bad stuff. Rolling Stone verified screenshots and texts in which Ballinger asked a minor about their virginity status and their favorite sexual position. She also asked them to send pictures of their body. They also talk in here at some point about the lingerie being sent. Where is it? Yeah. This line really is what takes the cake. They made this up. She brought teens into an adult world and made it feel like it was theirs. And then saw those fans turn against her. Vanity Fair wrote that. That allegation has nothing to do with Adam. That's you. So you're trying to make it this like, oh, the fandom just pivots like nothing at any piece of evidence about anything without knowing anything, whatever. It's just too muddy. But it's not. I don't. And again, the lawyer that responded about this article does not talk much. The lawyer does not apparently verify or disverify, I don't know, whatever would be the opposite of verifying, like dispute the validity of the text messages with Trisha. Vanity Fair does not go to the effort of verifying these text messages, even though apparently they're in communication with Colleen's lawyers. So they don't just take that extra step of, real quick, can you look at these and verify these for me? They don't say either way about those text messages. They don't say either way about anybody other than Adam. They don't say either way about Corey, about Trent, about Joshua. They don't say either way about most stuff. And isn't that silence loud? That's my point here at the end of the day. I made it at the beginning, and I'm just being repetitive at this point, but Colleen has made definitive statements about the blackface accusation, saying that no, it was not blackface. I was not performing in blackface. I still had green face paint on my face from previously dancing in a song from Wicked, or performing a song from Wicked. They've made definitive statements about, hold on, I need to close this. This is distracting me. Wait, where did it go? Sorry. Hold on. I just need to pull back up the lyrics. You made definitive statements about I've made jokes in poor taste. I've made dumb mistakes. Everything is misinformation. Everything is lies that are made up for clout. Your opinions, even some of those things I just said are opinions. You made definitive statements that you feel like you're talking to your friends when you talk to your fans. You made definitive statements that are false, that these things happened years ago, even though it was just a couple weeks ago that you were in group chats still with fans on Instagram, allegedly, according to people who were in those chats. You made statements that you're not going to apologize. You made a statement that you're not going to admit to lies and rumors. So you're characterizing everything that's being said about you as lies and rumors, even though there is proof. You made a statement that Miranda sings has always been PG-13, even though she has not always been PG-13. That was something that was added to your website in 2018. Other statements like that can be disproven. But in general, yeah, I'm just scanning back through the article to make sure I'm not missing anything, because I do want to make sure that this video presents some encapsulation of Colleen's side of the story. But all that I can see thus far is just like, everyone's lying about me, everyone's spreading rumors about me, but I'm not going to say that I didn't do this stuff. Instead of defending herself, she's attacking others. Which makes me wonder, maybe she can't defend herself. Or maybe the silence is better than if she tried to defend herself. Because silence is not really a defense. But it is a right. People have a right not to talk about certain things. But it just makes me very suspicious. Because as I've talked about with other creators who've done stuff wrong, like, if you have receipts that prove that you didn't do certain things, show them to us. We don't want to think that you're this way. We are not sitting here having fun. But when you don't show us some sort of proof that clears your name, what else are we supposed to think? We have to go with what is in front of us. What else is there for us? You're not providing anything. And all that makes me think is that you can't. Because if you could, you would. Yeah, everything is everybody else's fault. Everything is the internet's fault. Everything is fandom's fault. Everything is, the umbrella of what's inappropriate just keeps expanding. Can't say anything these days. What's a joke anymore? No one can take a joke. That's what this is. This article. Oh, this is just like James Charles and Tati Westbrook. Not at all related. This is just like Amber Heard. Not at all related. Not at all comparable. Instead of addressing Adam's claims, instead it's, Adam's been picking on me for years. Even though literally he has not been. So, honey, you're not helping yourself. Well, Adam's calling my brother's channel bad. Well, your brother's not involved in this. Does he want to become involved? Because we can rope him in here real quick, I bet. Don't bring up people that you don't want to start facing the same backlash. Jesus. Anyway, I can only sit here and shake my head for so long. So, yeah, that's what we have right now for Miranda's, Colleen's side of the story. I felt like my fans were my friends. I didn't realize there should be boundaries. I changed my behavior years ago, even though that's disprovable. Basically, the stuff that I just rattled off, it'll look better in the edited video, and I'll add some more probably. I thought it was important to just go ahead and start there, because the next few episodes of this series are going to be everybody else's sides of the story, because they have provided receipts. They have provided proof. They have provided conversations, screenshots, evidence, testimony, essentially. It's not sworn testimony in a courtroom, but they're Certainly it can be used in a court of law should this go in that direction. It's not... They know the severity of the claims that they're making, and they are not making these claims lightly. So they're backing their shit up. Colleen is the one who's not. And all of that raises for me is questions. Yeah, where did the chat go? Wait, did I X out the chat by accident? Hold on, peeps. Hold on. Oh boy. Ah, god damn it. Where did it go? It's an overlay. Windows. Sorry guys, I accidentally closed the chat box and I want to see it. How about this? This is what I mean by like the program is like it's still a little new for me. I'm still figuring out how to use it. I don't remember closing it. I don't remember closing the chat. Okay, here you are. All right, I found you on another window, so we're good. Anyway. All right, I see you. Ew. Leave me alone. Okay. So in the edited version of this video, I'll put together a cleaner list of the various statements that are made and the places where she's silent. I think that those speak volumes. I think that it speaks volumes that she barely named anyone in either of these. The only person that was named was Adam in the Vanity Fair article, and she only referenced Becky in the song. So it's not her strategy to respond really to any specifics other than the blackface thing, and instead to just play the victim, say that everybody is accusing her of lies and rumors that they made up for clout. So the next few episodes of this series are going to be focused on finding out if that's true. Is it all just lies and rumors made up for clout? Let's see. That's probably around where I'll end my video. But right now, while I have you all here, I want to take a look at the chat. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me as long as you have. This is a super long stream. I did not imagine it was going to go this long. But I appreciate you guys for sticking it out here. If you're on your way out, do me a favor and maybe like the stream, but I just want to make sure I address a few comments before I go and just make sure we're all on the same page. Oh, Fat Sajak is premiering in 30 minutes. Shane and Ryland video commentary. Andrew writes as well as Colleen acts, says a commenter, not me. LB, I have to wonder with both the video and the article, who was this for? I agree. Because even her diehard fans, I feel like this must have been disappointing. Because it's like I said, they would have wanted some evidence, some support, some reason to believe that all the evidence and screenshots everybody else has put out is false. Usually, if you're saying that somebody's made up lies and rumors about you, the person making up lies and rumors, allegedly, doesn't have a ton of screenshots and receipts to back it up. You know? So, like, she doesn't address that. She doesn't even bring out a defense of the screenshots are fake. She doesn't put forth a defense of, oh, that conversation was taken out of context. She doesn't even say that. She doesn't even say, like, I was sheltered and grew up very sheltered and religious and I didn't understand how to socialize. Like, none of that backstory stuff even comes up. Like, it's just, they made up lies and rumors for clout. That's it. Everybody's attacking me because of my past. I'm not who I used to be. I don't even recognize that person anymore, as she said in the skit. And then did in the song. I think that your fans wanted more than that to continue supporting you. And I think that everybody else wanted more than that just as confirmation that you're, like, understanding what's happening and that you're, like, human about it, you know? Yeah, let's ask Monica Lewinsky how much fun it is to get famous from your trauma. Sounds like a fucking blast. Yeah, the author has very little writing experience outside of reviewing media, as far as I could tell. Somebody put in the chat at one point, I noticed that he had reviewed a movie and then this article on Vanity Fair. I keep thinking about all these journalist students trying to break into the industry and then someone goes to Vanity Fair and writes this dumpster fire? Like, what? Yeah. I guess, like, journalism students trying to break into the industry. Yeah. Somebody's got to check on the universities. Someone needs to audit some programs. I don't know. It's kind of how I feel right now. If this is a brand new grad and this is where he's at. This conclusion is so weird. Why did he try to make this about broader YouTube instead of focusing on this one situation? Yeah. Like, that's not your thesis here. What is his thesis here? I feel like his thesis is just like, well, you know, fandoms, they just turn on a dime. Like that means anything to anybody. This is the most, like, this writer is trying to act very, like, insider internet when he's not. Like, the way that he's describing things more shows that he's out of touch with what's going on the internet. So I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to say, but it's not coming across. What is coming across is some very questionable statements he made on Adam McIntyre. And Adam has been talking a lot about lawyers lately, so Andrew better get ready. Anyway, I think that that's it for me for this stream. You can probably hear my voice is going out. But thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate, this is definitely my most attended stream thus far, and I'm trying to stream more at time periods when people are actually around to watch. Let me know how you feel about this whole like streaming that turns into videos and this whole balance of how we do this. And I appreciate your comments and the ability to like have your perspectives while I'm talking about stuff. Hi, I am the weird aunt who is the same age as the groomer, with nieces and nephew who are the same ages as Adam, Becky, and Oliver are now. Thus, they would have been the same age as they were. That's gotta feel really weird watching this whole situation then. Yeah, I'm gonna head out. His thesis is we all ganged up on Colleen with little evidence because that's the internet. Well, thank you for actually putting it into like a concise sentence, Quill, because he did not. He did not. Yeah. Thank you also for everybody who super chatted. Not required, but so greatly appreciated. And it's really, really kind when people do that. I got you. We talked about safe sex because I was worried no one would be. And we discussed Steven Universe, Disney movies, horror movies, and anime. See, when you balance it out and there's a relationship there and there's trust there, then it makes more sense. And at some point, usually like the safe sex talk is like a talk and then you move on, and it's not like you trauma dumping on kids repeatedly, you know? I think that's the issue, is not acknowledging the repeated inappropriate conversations, and not even just about the sexual questions and sexual content of those conversations, but about like, don't talk with a 13-year-old about your divorce. That's weird. And it's too much for them to handle. What advice are you getting from a 16-year-old? What can they tell you? Why? What are you looking for from kids? Why are you friends with kids? Why are you trying so hard to be their friends? Go somewhere else. Get a therapist. You have the money. Pay for one. Hey. Anyway, okay. I've got to get running. I really do. Thank you so much for all of your comments and your perspectives throughout the stream. I do appreciate having them there, and offering especially professional perspectives that I don't have. Again, everything in this stream is my opinion, my perspective. Please don't send hate to anybody as a result of what I'm saying in the stream. We're here to give Colleen Ballinger's side of the story a fair shot, because we're about to spend multiple streams over multiple weeks going over everything else. She can't say we didn't listen to her. She can't say we didn't. She can't say we took her out of context. We can't say we left her out in this conversation. If she has anything else to say, I will include it. We'll come back to this by the end. Don't worry. Until then, though, or until the next time, I don't know when it'll be. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Love you guys very much. Have a good week. Happy Monday. Peace be with you always. Bye.